Good morning. Good morning, everyone. If you could all be seated so that we can start the day. Do you have people outside or we can get started? There we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Please, if we could get started to the session today. Madame Bouraoui. Je vais rester comme ça. Morning. Welcome, bienvenido, marhaba, bienvenue. Welcome to the Mediterranean Tech Women Festival. So before we start with our panel, I would like to give you 3 logistical information. First off, for translation. There is, some of you might have it, but there will be translation in French, English, and Arabic, just if needed. The second thing, bear in mind that you can go on social media, on the account on Facebook or LinkedIn of Womenpreneur. This event is live streamed, so feel free to share it with your network, to share what is said today, and it's also live on the Union for the Mediterranean YouTube channel, so feel free to share it. The last thing that I'll mention, you might have seen it before, there is a hashtag which is MedWomenInTech, so throughout the day, whenever there is something you feel that is interesting, please feel free, same thing, to share it with your network and use the hashtag. So without further ado, as you know, this initiative is a Womenpreneur initiative. The idea is to talk more and give more visibility to women, women in tech, and also talking about the role of the Mediterranean and really create a real network. It is the second time that we're meeting in Madrid talking about this very important topic, and definitely we will meet up next year to continue and to also see what are the actions that have been put to really move forward the role of women in tech in this region. Without further ado, I'm going to call our first panel and our first speaker. So I'm going to have Ms. Sana Afouez, founder and CEO of Womenpreneur. Sana, if you could join us.
Thank you so much, Shiraz, for the introduction. Hi, everyone, and welcome. I'm very happy and excited to see all these beautiful faces. A lot of people that I know. Do you hear me? Now? Perfect. Thank you, Madame Bouraoui. Hi, everyone. I'm super excited and very happy to have you here today. This is our second conference for the Mediterranean Tech Women Network. Before going into explaining what is this network and why are we here today, let me remind you that when I was little, I wanted to study political science because I believed that if I studied politics, I would change the world. I did indeed study political science. And now, if I only knew what I know today, I would have definitely studied technology. Because today, the real power is in the hands of those who manipulate, who know how to manage technology. Womenpreneur started out of frustration with the inequalities that exist on a daily basis in our lives. And we felt it was important for us to start a mission that is bigger than us and do something for the future of our humanity. Womenpreneur is beyond being just an organization. It's a story, it's a movement. And the Mediterranean Tech Women Network is one of those stories where we want to make sure that women are creating the future of technology. They are not just the consumers, but they are the creators. And people often ask me, why technology? Why women? I mean, there are so many fields out there. Let me remind you that half of the female population in the world is disconnected from the internet. The tech field remains very male-dominated. We have very few women in technology. Actually, only 20% of women are active in the artificial intelligence, which is the most important tech field today, and those women work in support positions. They are not the ones behind creating the artificial platforms and networks and websites and all of that. I would like also to share with you some very important images to show you why the Mediterranean Tech Women Network is important, and it's just beyond a network, is a mission. So, Amazon in 2014 wanted to facilitate recruitment processes. As you know, Amazon, it's a huge company, and they receive thousands and thousands of CVs all the time. So they wanted to make sure they facilitate the recruitment process, and then they come up with a tool, artificial intelligence tool, to basically select the best candidates out of thousands and thousands of applicants. Little that we know is that actually 90% of the candidates that are selected by the AI platform are men, middle-aged men, white men. Google, I will challenge you to do an exercise today. After the conference, go and just make a research about women and compare it to the research that you find about men. This is an ad organized by the UN, and as you can see, the research, the finding is quite alarming, where it says women should be slaves, women stay at home. All the cliches and stereotypes about women and all the sexist and discrimination that we see on a daily life are translated into a machine. This is Michelle Obama. Can you imagine that Microsoft AI platform couldn't recognize Michelle Obama and actually consider it as a young man wearing a black t-shirt? I don't know if you know James Damore, but he was one of the engineers at Google, and he was fired after his statement that women cannot be in tech position leadership because of their biological inherences. Yes, this is Google. Fortunately, he was fired after that, but how many engineers out there do think that? Those who are creating our machines, our technologies, our mobile applications. So that's why the Mediterranean Tech Women Network is beyond a network, it's a movement, and it's a movement of people. And I want you to remind you about the responsibility that we all have here today. I mean, it's nice to come and to have nice drinks and to talk, but we also want you to have that responsibility, that the power of us is going to change the future of tomorrow. I keep saying to people, do not underestimate your thoughts, your ideas, your perceptions, your actions. It is what forms our societies, and it is what forms our culture. And we can create a better future tomorrow. I am obsessed with biology, and I keep saying to people, we need to learn from titi monkeys. Titi monkeys are very cute, small monkeys, and what's interesting about them, there is no hierarchy, there is collaboration. And I think this is what we should learn today. It's not about men or women or others, it's about the movement that we can create together. I remember when I worked for an international organization, I was in Kenya, and I was working with women, focusing on empowering them through entrepreneurship. And I was in one of those small villages where I met an amazing, powerful woman from a very small village. She was the only one who has a mobile phone. The interesting about this woman is that she had the ability to think and to imagine. She started giving the phone to people to make calls to their children abroad living in Europe. After that, she started charging them. And then she managed to buy more phones. And then she created a business. So I think this is where imagination is very important, and I would like to invite all of you, allow yourself to dream, allow yourself to imagine, and allow yourself to believe. Big revolutions start with those who actually believe and those who dream. And Mediterranean Tech Women Network is a revolution. So I invite you all to be dreamers so that we can impact the future of our humanity. Thank you. The objective of this network are four. There will be more in the future, but for now, first, we want to create an intergenerational, inter-regional network where women from the South can collaborate with women from the North. I hope, and what I want to see is a woman from, let's say, Italy makes $1 million business deal with a woman from Tunisia. That's the objective, is a serious collaboration, business collaboration network. Second, Our objective is to attract investors into supporting tech startups created by women. Women today receive only 2% of the investment worldwide. In order to see more women in tech, we need to walk the talk and invest in women. Women need money. Third thing, we want to make sure that we deliver policy recommendations to institutions that are taking decisions on our behalf to make sure that on national level, through the Mediterranean region, policies are taken into consideration an inclusive gender perspective. And last, our objective is to create lasting role models, because you can only be what you see. We want to see more women in tech, more women working, more women creating revolutionary startups, and that will actually lead a lasting generation of powerful women. I would like to conclude my speech thanking some of the important institutions who actually made this event happen. This festival is thanks to the collaboration with UFM. Thank you so much for believing in us and collaborating with us. And also to Kautar and Ipsomet for working with us since a few years now. And I would like also to thank our lasting partner, Senate Entrepreneurship Academy, for sponsoring this event as well. And thanks to our community partner, Idea Department. I would like also to thank some of the people, my two partners in crime, Anna. We've been working on this for months. Thank you so much, Anna, for this amazing work and for being a great person out there to make change. And I'd like to thank also Hedi, my partner in crime as well. We've been working on making this happen the past months as well. I'd like to thank my team, the team of Womenpreneur, Lou, Sirian, Igwin, and all the others who are making a real change behind the scene, because Womenpreneur is a group of people, once again. I'd like to thank our chairman, Patrick Minash, because we do need men in our groups and we do need men in our movement. Sometimes he's more feminist than I am, but it's great to have men like that. And I'd also like to thank every supporter, Julia, and everyone who believed in this mission, and my friends, among them Yara Asmar, and everyone who contributed by little or by big. All what we ask for is that you take this movement as a reminder that you have a responsibility that is bigger than you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sana. And if you were inspired as I was by her talk, as always, I will remind you, please use it, put it in the on social media. But as she said, it's about collaboration, connectivity. It is about making also this dream a reality. So hashtag #MadeInTech, make sure to share with that. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ambassador Jean-Paul Grec, Deputy Secretary General, Social and Civil Affairs Union for the Mediterranean. He can come for this speak.
Good morning. Bonjour. Sabah al-Khair to you all. Distinguished participants, good morning again. It is indeed a privilege for me to welcome you all to this important Mediterranean Tech Women Festival taking place in Madrid today. I consider today's festival as a unique opportunity for networking and for updating ourselves on the current technical and digital situation, since it will connect Mediterranean women leaders across borders to create and multiply possibilities for women in the technology field and to provide role models for girls interested in STEM. Today's panels will discuss both the possibilities and opportunities existing in the Mediterranean region. It will also address challenges in terms of artificial intelligence and female tech entrepreneurship. Certainly, diversity remains critical in technology, as it enables companies to create better and safer products that take everyone and just not one section of society into account. Allow me to briefly speak about the work of the UFM within the field of women in tech. Here in Madrid, last month, the 42 UFM ministers responsible for gender equality approved a ministerial declaration which seeks to accelerate the strengthening of the role of women in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Ministers inter alia committed to promote inclusive leadership models from early education in all fields, including science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In addition, the UFM Women Business Forum, a regional platform which takes place annually, this year analyzed the role of finance in supporting women in technology. Women are becoming more involved in tech and industry. The tech industry is becoming more accessible to women. There is indeed progress happening within this framework. In addition, the demand for women in tech is increasing. In a world becoming increasingly reliant on technology, companies are starting to realize that they need diversity in their workforce to be successful, while a short-sighted or conservative approach can easily result in companies failing to optimize this untapped resource in society, namely the female sector, thereby missing on profits. However, male and female entrepreneurs do not stand as equals before the promises and prospects of digitalization and the tech industry. A recent UNIDO survey conducted in Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, the Palestinian Authority, and Tunisia in 2019-20 showed that only 1/4 of women entrepreneurs utilize digital technologies at some stage in the product design, manufacturing, and selling processes of their businesses. For 41% of the respondents, the high cost of ICT devices is the first reason behind ICT underuse among women-led businesses. In addition, according to 28% of the survey's respondents, poor internet connectivity highly restricts women's entrepreneurs' use of digital tools for their business activities. This is particularly true for rural women. On average, 44% of rural areas in the MENA region countries benefit from 4G mobile network coverage compared to 76% in urban areas. Today, successful entrepreneurship in the tech sector, as well as in other fields, also requires digital skills along with the drive for innovation. Yet, 12% of MENA women entrepreneurs reported the lack of digital literacy as the principal barrier to use the internet, with up to 17% for the low educated compared to 4% for the tertiary educated. According to the survey, while 65% of MENA women entrepreneurs were willing and prepared to receive training on ICT devices and software, only 25% of them actually managed to receive it. It is clear that more needs to be done in order to create mentoring and training programs meant to enhance women's digital and technological skills. Opportunities in tech begin with education. Nonetheless, there is a significant disparity between the percentage of college degrees earned by men and women in science, technology, engineering, and math. At the undergraduate level, women's participation in science and engineering depends on a specific field of study. The fact remains that women are in the minority in the tech industry, from the general workforce up to the management and leadership levels. A 2020 study by Women Who Tech revealed that women make up just 28.8% of the tech workforce. Startups, particularly in tech, can be a key stepping stone for career advancement. Distinguished participants, one of the main priorities of today's event is to focus on what needs to be done to foster equal opportunities for women and girls to thrive in and contribute to the emerging digital economy. For this purpose, it is essential to understand better the roots of gender inequality in tech within the Euro-Mediterranean area, bearing in mind cultural diversities and traditions. We need also to analyze how Mediterranean countries are addressing this issue. We need to look at the issue from a twofold perspective. The first, the representation of women in tech companies and technological development. The second, the access to finance for female tech founders. When it comes to gender and science in the Euro-Mediterranean area, then we need to focus on three themes: statistics on women in tech, gender equality policies, and research on gender inequalities in technical careers. More representation of women in STEM sectors needs to be strongly encouraged so as to inspire young girls, increase their confidence, and convince them that this is a path worth pursuing and embracing, and that they are perfectly capable of doing well in it. To address gender inequality, businesses need to embed diversity and inclusion into company culture from day one. One way how businesses can do this is by hiring female leaders at the early stages of company formation. It is important that women encounter other women in senior roles because it demonstrates that the organization values diversity and is prepared to give women high-profile representation. With the tech industry increasingly booming, one can only hope that opportunities will continue to grow equally for both women and men. Finally, we remain convinced that women bring a unique perspective to the table. Therefore, it is in our collective interest to raise the visibility of women in the tech industry, to recognize their talents, as we are purposefully doing here today, thanks to this Womenpreneur initiative. I wish you a fruitful and successful Mediterranean Tech Women Festival, as well as inspiring panels and discussions. I also strongly encourage you to get to know each other, to discuss your achievements, but also your challenges, and also to build useful networks amongst you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Greg, for your keywords. And I think it's so key, as you said, that we have the right information, that we have the statistic, and we have more representation, and ensuring that there is this connectivity. And we talked about this network, and we know Womenpreneur, through all the initiatives that they are doing, are really working on that, and glad to see, obviously, the partnership that there is with UFM to make sure that together we really walking the talk. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Soheina Bouraoui, Executive Director of the Center of Arab Women for Training and Research, Kautar. Dr. Bouraoui.
You know that I have a surgical, but it's okay. No, ça va, ça va. صباح الخير, أهلا وسهلا. Welcome to this very nice meeting. And because we are in the Mediterranean region, I have to speak English. As every person knows that English is really absolutely necessary in technology. But it works with mixed Arabic, French, and other. And I want first to thank every one of you, because everyone is wonderful. I met maybe 90% of the person and the participants, and I am sure that the 10% are the same. You are absolutely extraordinary in this region, and I am sure that we will continue to work together under the leadership of Sana and with the cooperation with solid institutions. Without leader, person, human, we cannot work only with technology, and without very solid institutions, we cannot guarantee sustainability. And for that, I really express all my thanks for UFM and for Womenpreneur and for Kautar and for EPSOMED and for European Union, because our money for EPSOMED is coming from European Union, and I hope that we will continue to benefit from some money because we are the best. Why the money are going to others? At least we can have some from the less than 10% that are going to women in the international funds. At least 1% from the 10% at international level who are going for women. And I express especially thanks to Mr. Greg, to Anna, really, because you are friends, and it's not only, you are not only representative of UFM, you are also solidary with us. And I think the solidarity and the generosity are some of the quality of, it's not only the Mediterranean dieta, it's also the generosity and the solidarity, who for me is the key for Mediterranean and Arabs culture. We are working in this region. This region, as you know, is especially dear to my heart and represents something so important for our civilization, for our culture, and for our future generation. If we don't continue to work with this Mediterranean culture, our future generation that didn't know anything about this culture. And I think that this message is really very, very important. It's not only technology, it's also culture. And this culture is quelque chose d'important. She asked me if I have to speak French. I said, no, I will speak French, English, French, as you want. I spoke like that at Harvard University, and it's very nice. Why I don't speak like that here? Okay, we have to be very serious and to be very careful, because this region is very vulnerable and very fragile. Maybe in this fourth here, in this very nice hotel, we are not thinking about the fragility of this region, but we have to take action to protect this region. Sana spoke about responsibility. We are all responsible to the sustainability of this special region, even if UN system don't recognize the Mediterranean region as region. You know, Now we are speaking about MENA region. What is the MENA region? Nobody knows about MENA region before the 17. Now we have to really to advocate for the Mediterranean region and as really a special generation, maybe the end of this culture if we are not really serious about the protection. And I am speaking not only for the humanity, I am speaking also for the natural resources, for the sea, for the fish, for everything. You know, Cousteau, and I will speak in French, Cousteau said once time, in the 17th, si nous ne protégeons pas la mer Méditerranée, dans quelque temps, il n'y aura que les bactéries qui survivront en Méditerranée. C'est un message très important. Que les bactéries qui vivront en Méditerranée, parce que tout le reste sera neutralisé. Donc je parle de choses très très sérieuses. Bien sûr, je suis professeur de droit de l'environnement et je dois dire ça après la COP 27. You know, the COP 27 is not a success. It's a mitigation, mitigation. And this is the context of our work. Now I have to thank Womenpreneur, but also EPSOMED project and the UFM. And EPSOMED especially because I think that this EPSOMED project is very important because the objective of this project is to strengthen capacity of business support institutions and organizations to support women and men entrepreneurs. It means it's exactly your mandate. And my mandate in EPSOMED is to support you, to make you more strong, to support others, and to support men and women entrepreneurs in Mediterranean. It means that EPSOMED project work for you and for all the organization support in the Mediterranean area. And as we said now, to make visible the non-visible. Because you are working so well, but you are not sufficiently visible. And we have, all of us, we have to make you more visible. And now, you know that we have in the 16 days for violence against women. And we have these small things, safeness. It's just, you have just to take your telephone, to put the technology, the application, and to telecharge this application, and you have a GPS, kind of GPS, and your family or your friends can follow where you are going, and if you have some things in your road, in your way, you can just push a button or just check the telephone, and your family knows exactly where you are, and they can call to the police or other violence institutions, and they can help you. And I discovered that in one university in France, in Rennes, in Bretagne, Rennes, small university, but very good, very advanced, they have the same, almost the same for students, because everyone can have problems. And you know, as we have this small application, we can have a lot of applications, and you can use more and more technology by women and for women. As you said, that less than 10% are using the good digitalization as women, and we can do more. But we can do more if we are encouraged, and we can do more if we have the role model. You are a role model. You have to make you more visible, because, and especially because you are young, and I think that in the south of Mediterranean, we need more and more role models. And I think that you have a very big responsibility. You know, we have a lot of challenge. And in the beginning of EPSOMED, there was Kautar, yes, and we have 4 other partners, Eurochambre, Ascame, Anima, Gracia, and I don't know if they are very sensitive to gender or not. And at the end of the day, we have the responsibility to engender them. And now, after 4 years, I think that we succeed. Maybe 5%, maybe 9%, maybe 10%, but I am sure that we transform them, we're changing their mentality, their thoughts, and they are more gendered than before. Now, we have to launch a network with the Womenpreneur in Mediterranean region, and we have to take stock and learn from other initiatives. You know that OECD, for instance, launched a business forum for women, and I was one of the leaders of this forum, but this forum, I don't say that disappear, but almost. And I think that we have to guarantee the success of this network from the beginning. And I am sure that we will succeed. But because with Sana, we have to be innovative, and it's impossible to be not innovative. It's number one, but it is only number one. Number two, we need investment and we need finance. Without finance, no inclusion, no sustainability. We have to create finance. And we have to think about how we can create finance, even if we know that less than 10% of international finance are going to women. It means that we have to advocate for more percentage for women. It's number two. Number three, we have to enhance or to create or to benefit from knowledge for digital economy. It's your recommendation, it's my recommendation, is a recommendation of all reports. You know, reports, knowledge, studies are all with the same conclusion. Women didn't benefit sufficiently from all this digitalization. We have to be very careful, because in 2002, I have a report. We launched a report with IFC from the World Bank, and we have somewhere the same conclusion. Now, 20 years after, we have almost the same conclusion. It's a pity, you know. It means that we have to do something. Let us dreaming to an area with less conflicts, less poverty, less inequality, for more women leadership, for more action for climate change, for more solidarity. Together, we can do it. Especially, we have the next CSR in New York on women and technology, based on UNESCO report, and we have to be there in New York. I give you the next meeting in New York, I hope. Comme ça, je descends pas, parce que j'ai un problème.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bouraoui, and I think we all also heard the message that we have to make sure that this network is successful, that we have this responsibility to make it sustainable and have the region sustainable, and building on everything that is doing. So the last speaker, unfortunately, couldn't be with us, but sent us a message. It's Miss Iveta Tancheva-Nikolova. She's the Fund Director for Finance in Motion, advisor of the Sanad Fund for SME. So we will have a video with her message.
Good morning, dear guests, womenpreneurs, investors, friends. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you today at the Womenpreneur Tech Women Network.
Yes, so they are actually putting up, here we go.
Good morning, dear guests, womenpreneurs, investors, friends. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you today at the Womenpreneur Tech Women Network Festival. We are gathered here today to celebrate women in technology, to connect women entrepreneurs across borders, and to create opportunities for them to succeed in the future. The Sanad Fund for MSMEs and its Entrepreneurship Academy are among the key supporters of this initiative because we do believe that there is an enormous potential in the region for female entrepreneurs to step up, drive innovation, and unleash the potential for growth in the MENA region. Let me share with you a few facts about the Sanad Fund and why female empowerment is a core objective of our fund. The Sanad Fund for MSMEs is one of the major impact investors in the MENA region, supporting entrepreneurs in the Middle East and Northern Africa. By providing much-needed access to financial resources, Sanad helps micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in the region fulfill their role as engines of growth, job creation, and prosperity. Over the years, Sanad has contributed to the creation of over 290,000 jobs in the region, out of which 30% among female entrepreneurs. Sanad channels funding by building the ability of the local financial sector to serve the needs of MSMEs. This is done by investing in microfinance institutions, leasing companies, banks, fintechs, and other financial intermediaries that share our commitment to financial inclusion. Sanad's unique offering of debt and equity financing is complemented by technical assistance facility that delivers tailored non-financial support to our partners. The Sanad Technical Assistance Facility works closely with partners to equip them with the knowledge and tools necessary to best serve entrepreneurs. And female entrepreneurs are at the center of our attention. Over the 11 years in which Sanad has been active, we have helped and supported over 17,000 women in business. The Sanad Entrepreneurship Academy has implemented numerous initiatives supporting women. One of our flagship projects is a joint initiative with the Womenpreneur, a Womenpreneur tour created to map and visit female talents in technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The Womenpreneur tour visited 6 countries in MENA: Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt, and Lebanon in 2022, where a special event was held to showcase the great talent of women leaders in the country and what they're doing to rebuild their country. The tour has had a significant reach and contributed to an increase in the awareness of the importance of women empowerment. Together with Womenpreneur, Sanad has launched the Digital Hub, an online training platform for women entrepreneurs in the MENA region, offering business skills and tech trainings, financial courses, series of events, and network opportunities. Recognizing the importance of supporting women entrepreneurs in facilitating further financial inclusion in the region, Sanad sees a lot of value in supporting female tech entrepreneurs who can bring a fresh approach and offer unique perspectives to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. While women in the Middle East and Northern African region continue to be underserved and underrepresented in all sectors of the economy, we believe it's very important to help them realize their potential and thereby drive innovation and higher level of growth, revenues and returns. Sanad is honored to be part of this important event and support female-led startups in the Mediterranean region. I wish you all a productive and inspiring day ahead and would like to leave you with a quote from Sarah Blakely, a female entrepreneur. Do not be intimidated by what you don't know. That can bring your greatest strength and ensure that you do things differently from everyone else. Thank you and a good day ahead.
So we want to thank Ms. Tancheva Nikolova for her message, and I think it does come back with this key message that it is a network. We've heard from all the different partners. We're together. We all have this dream. We really want to take action together. So without further ado, and before the next panel, I'm going to invite again Ambassador Greg as well as Sana to take a quick picture all together, and then we will be hearing from entrepreneurs and having their inspiring talk. Perfect. Thank you again, Sana, Dr. Bohawi, as well as Ambassador Greg for this panel. So as I mentioned, we are going to be now hearing from inspiring women who are in tech, who are going to tell us about their pathway, their journey, their challenges, their opportunities. And remember, if you feel inspired, please don't hesitate to hashtag MedWomenInTech, share with your network, do tag as well Womenpreneur. So I'm going to call the next 3 speakers that we're going to have in the panel. So we're going to start with Ms. Laura Jardine Patterson. She is the CEO of Concat. We'll have also Ms. Alba Elena Herrero. She's the HR director at SAP, and Ms. Muna Trabelisi, COO of Brightaway. If you could join me on the... I won't be introducing them because they're going to tell you everything about them. So I'm going to give the floor first to Ms. Laura Jardine Patterson. And you have
Sabah khair. Sorry, I've lost my voice, so you have to bear with me shway. How does this work? Maybe click here. Oh, there we go. Oh, hold on. So first of all, I'd like to start by introducing myself. I'm Laura, the CEO and founder of Concat. Concat is the first web development agency led solely by refugees and women. I'm originally from the UK, but I've been living in Lebanon for the past 5 years. And now this is where I run my organization from. So I'm going to start a little bit by telling you about Concat. Obviously, I'm not from the Middle East, from the Mediterranean, but what I'm trying to do is bridge the gap between Europe and the Mediterranean in tech. And I hope that this is an example of one way to do it, just to show you what we've been doing so far. So first of all, I want to introduce you to Suad. Suad is one of my lead developers. She's a Palestinian woman living in Lebanon as a refugee. She has a 3.6 GPA, right? And she couldn't get a job, she couldn't go to university because of her refugee status. I met Suad at a coding boot camp in Lebanon, where she was a student, and she was one of the best students that have ever graduated from this program, but she couldn't get a job because she was told she didn't fit into the culture because she wore a hijab, right? For me, I met Suad. She's just one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. She's running the family. There's about 10 of them. You know, she lives in Sour in the south of Lebanon, and she's in a really, really horrific family situation, as so many people are in Lebanon. When I met Suad, I thought to myself, this is so crazy. She can't get a job in the tech sector working remotely because she wears a hijab. Who cares what you look like, right? Who cares if you wear a hijab or not? Who cares where you live? My whole point is that if you're talented and dedicated, you should be able to find a job. So together, Suad and another Syrian guy called Bob started Concat. Concat comes from this word concatenate, which, if any of you are developers will know, it's an Excel formula, which means to link two things together. So what we're trying to do is link clients from around the world to talented, marginalized developers from the Middle East. Not very good with this clicker. So everybody here will know about the refugee crisis within your own countries, and there's 1 million refugees living just like Suad in Lebanon. At the same time, we have a global tech crisis, where there's 2 million open development roles, with only 20% of those current roles in tech filled by women. So, Concat, what do? We provide top quality web development and design at competitive prices, whilst trying to provide long-term sustainable employment for marginalized communities. It's going to sound like a sales pitch, sorry, but I'm just telling you how it works. So basically, we have design as a one-off cost, then we have the development stage, and we have various team members at each service. But what is cool about Concat and web development is you have this ongoing revenue, which comes from the annual maintenance support. I think this is the way forward in terms of revenue and funding. We haven't had any funding so far yet to date. We rely solely on our revenue, and this annual revenue, that's recurring income, has been a real hidden bonus, basically, to what we do. There's also then these support packages that we do by hour for our clients who want to make changes or anything like that. So this is where we're at now. We've had about 50 clients so far. We just started last year. We've got clients from 12 different countries. We have 15 developers and 1 designer, 85% women. Had to get some men in there. And we've generated over 70K in revenue so far. Have the SDGs corporate stuff. So this is just a quick timeline. So we started in 2021. I think the sad reality is that we had to register in the UK as a company, as a social enterprise, because of the infrastructure issues in Lebanon. I spent 8 months trying to get a bank account there. And then we started, and there was a Wi-Fi crisis. Last summer was the most hectic 3 months of my life, trying to run a web development agency with no internet. But now we've overcome all of these issues. All the team members have got UPSs. We've got a bank account. We've got a lawyer. We've got an accountant. We've got some Rasta, finally. So yeah, we started in 2021. Now, at the end of this year, we're aiming for 60 clients to have 10 full-time employees and generated over 80K in revenue. I think what's important to highlight here is that we've started with websites, right? We focus on WordPress, Shopify, things that aren't complicated. But what I hope to do by this is diversify the tech sector. I don't believe that you need to be living in Europe to be working in the tech sector and to be able to make a difference. So what I'm trying to do now is focus on the service wheel, and then ultimately that will mean we create better products. I think it's really important what Sana mentioned as her first point about having a woman in Italy speaking to a woman in Syria. It doesn't matter where you're based, and this whole point of my team is they're hired irrespective of their location, their religion, or their nationality. This is part of the dream team, only half. It's a bit hard when you all work remotely, but yeah, these are some of the guys. So our kind of slogan is that we make great websites with even greater impact. And we're on a mission to essentially have anybody that says that they care about the world, we should be managing their website. A lot of people are focused only on the end product and only on their beneficiaries. They don't look at the service wheel and how they can diversify that. So what we're trying to do is diversify this process along the way. And I speak to so many people that have never even thought about hiring refugee developers or marginalized communities. And they're NGOs. So that's the point of their work. So everyone in here needs a website, I'm sure. So if you want an amazing website, come to us. We have focused big time on communication. I think a really big thing for a lot of people working in tech is this communication. There's a lot of people in the Middle East and the Mediterranean working on incredible tech training. But what is really missing is this communication part. I've created a curriculum basically to upskill developers on how to communicate with clients from around the world, how to sell themselves on LinkedIn, how to get clients themselves. Because if we upskill all of these developers and all of this junior talent together, then companies like Concat won't need to exist. Here's my email. If you want to reach out to, if you scan the QR code, it should take you to our website. It might not. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura, and emphasizing how no matter where you are, no matter how you look, especially for women, you have opportunities. And as you said, you are helping especially companies that have an impact. So it's also about that, is like making sure that everyone that is talented or like needed to help them find really this talent to really at the end of the day have all the opportunities possible. So thank you so much. Bear in mind that after all the inspiring talk, you will be able to ask questions to our panelists. So hold on, we will have it. Don't worry about it. So now I would like to invite Ms. Alba Elena Herrero, HR Director at SAP for the...
Is this working? Yeah? Yes. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure. Bienvenidos a Madrid, my home. Well, I'm from here. So welcome. It's a big honor for me to have you here in my city and to be here as a guest invite. To be honest, I don't know what I'm doing here, because even if I work from the most amazing technology German company in the world, SAP, I'm not here to talk about SAP. I'm sorry. People from the German embassy. But, you know, I'm not a tech woman neither. I'm a lawyer. So what's a lawyer doing here? So, you know, what I'm doing here, you're a lawyer too, best in the world. Okay, what a lawyer specializing in human rights is doing here? Well, I'm here to talk about my kids. That's what I'm going to do right now. I'm the proud mother of twins, 8 years old, a boy and a girl. And for the next 15 minutes, we're going to talk about how amazing my kids are. It's okay for you? Yeah, it's different. No, it's different. So just before talking about my amazing kids, this is working. Technology again. Sable laser. You can do it? Yeah? I need help here. No, with this. Someone can just push the button. No. No? It's gonna be difficult. Oh, it's even worse. Well, let's begin without it. Again. No. Can you just... Again. Can you just go to the computer and touch the button? No? There's nobody? Yeah, you can? Go. Oh, great. That is. No? This work? No, neither. Well, you know, that's why I'm a lawyer, I'm not a woman in tech. So, let's talk about some facts and figures. I think that's our reality today, okay? We have already heard it from the previous speakers in the morning. But the reality is that, while men constitute almost 50% of the labor force in the market, when we're talking about the STEAM careers, we are talking about only 28% of them, okay? And the reality is that means that only a quarter of STEM workers are female, 1 every 4, and that's terrible. And it's even worse because we think that this is coming because all the past generations were not so much into tech. But the reality is that today is even worse than 30 years ago. If we are taking the latest data about the women accessing to computers fields, we know that 30 years ago were about 30% of them, 37%, and today it's less than 18%. So that means that we have even less women studying engineering, technology careers than 30 years ago. And that's a problem, and Sana was saying it very well this morning, because technology is shaping a world. It's shaping everything. We can do anything without technology right now. How we work, how we play, how we cook. Right now it's really difficult to even go to make a dish without going to internet and to look for the recipe. So everything is done by technology today. Technology surrounds us everything. And again, this technology is not made by us. It's not made by women. So we are allowing, again, men telling us how we have to live, how we have to work, how we have to play. So that is a reality that is, for me, is scary. It's scary because I don't want to live in a world where women, we don't have a voice. And women, we need to be in every place where a decision is made. We have the right to be in every place where a decision is made. But unfortunately, it's even the reality more scary than that. Because, we know that, it's against me. 90% of jobs in the future are going to be related to technology. And we were talking about the future. We are not going to, Blade Runner future. No, it's 10 years from now. 10 years from now. So, if those are facts, those are the reality, that means that the women today, we have not enough women for the amount of jobs that we're going to need in the future. So that's what this means. Girls are not interested in technology. That means that they are not going to have access to qualitative jobs. What that means to not have access to that we are not going to be economically independent. What that means for a woman to not be economically independent, that we have to depend to someone. We are partner, our father, a family, a bank. What that means to be dependent, that we cannot choose. And what it means that we cannot choose, that we are not free. So here we are not talking about a question of technology. This is not a question about how many women we can attract to study engineering. We are here because it's a topic of human rights, female rights. This trip that has been so difficult for us to achieve. We are now in this moment of history when all of us, we need to decide what are going to be the next steps. Because again, this is not just technology. This is our female rights to decide what we want to do. Depending on what is your dreams, your desires, to have the choice to decide what you want to do in the future. So that's why for me, a human rights lawyer is need to be here today, because it's much more than technology. So what we can do better, okay? What we can do better, because the reality is that we don't have enough. And, I've been working for the past 20 years, in diversity and inclusion, in the non-discrimination teams, in the European Commission or the European Parliament, for instance, and we have been discussing about it. What we can do, because the situation is not getting better. And one of the things that we need to address from the beginning is to combating stereotypes. How many times we have been listening that boys are more interested in STEM than girls? That's a reality, isn't it? So that's why there are not women. Or girls doesn't like maths. It's not, I don't want to push her to study maths. She doesn't like it. And my favorite one, that's my favorite one. Boys' brains enable them to excel in robotics, coding, and engineering. White girls' brains seems to dominate language skills and arts. Oh, that's great. This is a whole movement saying that the brain of a woman is not able enough to work in technology. And this is called neurosexism. And it's a reality that exists. And this is fake news again. We need to fight against that. Because even if biologically, it's true that there are differences between female and male brains, particularly the size. They have bigger heads. So, that doesn't mean, that we are not able to develop exactly the same capacities. Even, if I take in the latest study from the PISA and the education from at the European level, it's called Culture, Gender and Math, it provides evidence enough to prove that men and women are able to develop equal talent for math and science. So we erase this first stereotype that boys are more interested or boys are more, have more capabilities to do so. So if this is not the reality, if reality, we have the same capacities, why do girls demonstrate a significant decline in both interest and confidence? Why they don't like it? Because the reality is they don't choose those careers in order to deploy, their fields. And why this is happening, particularly in the middle school years? We have discoveries in some research that, if you ask a little girl, if what she wants to be in the future, at 4, 5, 6, they want to be astronauts, engineers, inventors. There are no limits to their imagination. If you ask the same question when they are 10, the same girl has totally changed her mind. And those dreams has changed, and they don't seem themselves to be an astronaut anymore. So what is going on? What is happening in that age in order to change that? So there are 3 main things that are the key to change this. First is unconscious bias. Second is lack of exposure and lack of role models that we have been talking here. So if going directly to the unconscious bias, this is something that, again, is a normal thought that society views women in science and engineering jobs less competent than men, unless they are showing a considerable success. So that means that women, in order to be recognized in tech, we need to be extraordinary. With men, this doesn't happen. We have average men everywhere. So we cannot be an average woman. We need to be extraordinary to be recognized in tech fields. So what is this going on? Why we have this situation? This is a picture that I took, this summer at the airport in Madrid, Barajas, okay? And I took it because, we were taking the luggage, and then I hear a lot of noise around myself. This is what is going on. It's a celebrity here, ooh, what is going on here? And no, there was a female pilot. But the reaction of the people around her is not because she was a female pilot. It's because she was young, beautiful, blonde, and with a perfect makeup. So a beautiful, young, blonde girl cannot be a pilot. And the commenters that were around us were, oh my God, she was planning our plane. And from a tiny moment, myself, I thought, whoa, she has enough experience to fly a plane? And say, hey, Alba, stop here. Unconscious bias. Where is this thought coming from? Because I'm not like that. But from a tiny moment, I said, what is going here? I travel with my kids. That's, the difficult thing of the unconscious bias, that we don't know where they came from. Because the difference with a prejudice is that a prejudice is objective. It's not objective, sorry, it's conscious. All Spanish people are lazy and only take naps. And I know it because I know every single Spanish person in the world, and they are all the same. All German people are boring because I know every German people in the world, and they are all like that. That's a prejudice. I'm objective, I'm conscious, saying affirmation. And unconscious bias is when, where is this feeling coming from? Because it's like, oh my God. Or when I'm facing a candidate in a recruitment interview and say, I like this guy. I don't know why, but I like her. Oh, I don't like her. She's wearing a hijab. I know she's great, but I don't know, I have to trust my feelings. And I don't like her. No, you don't have to trust your feeling. You need to be objective in the quality and in the competence of a candidate. And how we create this unconscious bias. So unconscious bias, again, are created in the primary years. And they are really, really easy to create. And all of us, here, 100% of us, we have unconscious bias. Because unconscious bias have been created by the external input that we have been receiving while we were growing. I'm going to share with you right now here. Those are the homeworks of the French lesson of my kids 2 weeks ago. Not 30 years ago, 2 weeks ago. So if you can, I don't know if you can see it, but you know, the question here for my kids were to learn French, to learn words in French about jobs, le métier. And the teacher were asking the kids to learn the words and to identify themselves in the future. So my little boy was able to decide to be an astronaut, an homme d'affaires, a businessman with an amazing picture of a boy, an astronaut, an inventor, an engineer, a scientific. Those are the options for my little boy. For my little girl, let's see what they were. That's 2 weeks ago. Oh, that's amazing. She can be a coiffeuse, hairdryer. She can be a nurse. She can be a teacher, and she can be a supermarket hostess. That's cashier. Those are the options for my little girl. Of course, the objective of the exercise was not to talk about diversity, but the reality is that we are letting my little boy to project himself about being an engineer, a scientific, a doctor, and an astronaut, and we are forcing my little girl to position herself as a nurse, as a teacher, amazing jobs, but that's how we are creating this unconscious bias. Because little boys and girls, their brain are not so mature at us. We are looking at this and we can laugh and we say, oh my God. But they are not laughing because they don't understand. The only thing they are doing is to put into their immature brains, those jobs are for girls and those jobs are for boys. So in 20 years from now, if we don't enlighten those unconscious bias, they don't know why they're going to think that he can be an astronaut and she needs to be a nurse, or he is going to be the doctor and she is going to be, the nurse. So here the word is education, 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 and education. And not only the system, we as parents, we need to control what kind of information we give to our kids. We need to control a little bit what kind of cartoons they're seeing, even the fairy tales. I'm not against Disney, but we need to create a context when we are explaining our girls that you need to lose your voice in order to get a boyfriend. We need to make them understand that, because if we are not doing it, they don't see a difference. They just get it in their brains. And then we spend our lives looking for our charming prince. And he doesn't exist, ladies. He doesn't exist. I try to find him. He's not here, okay? So again, education, so important. Lack of exposure. Recent research points this unconscious bias that we all have are on parents and in teachers as well. So those are the two main extravehicular classes that you can have in the school of my kids. 2 minutes, yeah. So you can have robotics and you can have ballet. In robotics, there's only one girl, my little girl. In ballet, there's nobody. There's no boys, only girls. I asked my boy, why you don't want to go to ballet? And he told me, because ballet is for girls. That's for sure, everybody knows that, mommy. What are you thinking about? Because he had never seen a ballet dancer, male, before. So I took him to see the Nutcracker. And he discovered that there were male ballet dancers. And even if he doesn't like ballet, he can project himself right now into be a ballet dancer. The first year of robotics for my girl was really difficult because she was isolated. She was really pushed by the colleagues as being the only girl, and she wanted to quit. And that's what happened a lot in Women in Tech. As we are alone, we feel discrimination, we feel isolated, and we decide that this is not for me. This is too hard for me. So I quit. I do something else. So we need to understand that and to fight that as well. Because if not, we're going to continue and to focus on the problems. Because as we know, that when girls and boys have the same exposure, encouragement, and support, they have the same interest, motivation, and ability to do tech. And of course, lack role models. We'll see it. If you can see it, you can do it. But if you can't, of course, it's impossible to do it. We need to understand that we need to combat another stereotype about how a woman in tech must be. I remember a few years ago in Chicago, there was a university, promoting engineers' careers. And, it was a totally failure because the picture that they chose was a beautiful woman being an engineer. And, people decide that no, to be an engineer, you need to be ugly, to have glasses. You cannot be a beautiful woman. So for little girls in their teenage, where, exterior is so important, it's a measure that we need to control. And we need to make understand that you can be whatever you want, independently of how you look. And, one of the examples here is Carly Kloss. Carly Close is a top model, a very important top model. She has been a Victoria's Secret's angel, and she's an engineer specializing in coding. And she has right now a school, and she brings scholarships for girls in order to allow them to learn how to code. Because for her it's really important. Code is going to continue to play a major role in defining our future. It's crucial for young women to learn code as early as possible, to ensure that young women have a voice and a stake in how the world looks like. So we need to have this kind of roles being more visible, because they need to look at it. Second is the films, all the internet social networks, I finish, about what they see. There's a study led by Gina Davis, which is called Gender Bias Without Frontiers, in 2015, and they were studying all the films of the series, everything that was done in the 10 most important countries, in the world. And they say that only 3% of characters were shown as working in STEAM careers, and even worse than that, from those 3.5, only 11.6 were women. So that means that we cannot find them. There's not. I can see a picture, I can try to see a series, and if we are, with the exception of the hospitals, doctors and nurses, we cannot find visible, role models for us, for our little girls to project themselves. One big picture was Hidden Figures, a few years ago. I don't know if you have seen it, but if not, I highly recommend you to see it, about the history of the first 3 engineers, black women, joined NASA, because before the film, nobody knew about them. And again, that's a problem. And of course, just to finish, the CEOs, of course. Only 6% of our CEOs are women, a little bit more in software engineers company. And here there's a picture about the Wojcicki sisters. One is the CEO of 23andMe, and Susan, who is the CEO of YouTube. If I ask you right now, being honest, how many of you know the history of Susan Wojcicki? How many of you? But if I ask you about Mark Zuckerberg, yes. If I ask you about Steve Jobs, yes. So did you know that it was in her garage where Google was created? In her garage. Her story is such as passionate, as incredible as Mark Zuckerberg's with Facebook or Steve Jobs with Apple. But she has a film yet. Nobody knows that it was in her garage because of her money that Google has been created. And she's now CEO of YouTube, and we don't know about her. So we need to be visible. We need to be there. And what is the solution here? Well, there's only one solution. We need you. You are the solution. That's only one. You need to take all this information that you are receiving here today, and you need to go to your countries, to your companies, to the academies, to the universities, and you need to be influencers. And you need to destroy the imposter syndrome, where, I don't know if I deserve it. I don't know if I can do it. You can do it. You are here. You are extraordinary. And it's only because we celebrate math and science that we are going to have more girls into tech. And only together, all together, universities, private academias, NGOs, we are going to be able to change this. Because if you are not part of the problem, if you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. And only together we will inspire women to become their own future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alba. And we can see how passionate you are. And I have to say personally that on some aspect, it is unfortunate because some of the stereotype that you showed us, I feel like it's been years that we've been hearing it, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of changes. And I think maybe this is also something that we need to be clear about, is that these are things that we know and we've known, and there have been initiatives. So now maybe let's see how can really shake the realities. And the second thing I'd say, you mentioned how we need to be in every place. I will add to that, if there isn't a chair for us, so let's take the chair with us and just sit and put our place there. Without further ado, let's have now our last but not least speaker, Ms. Mouna Trablesi, CEO of Brightway, for her inspiring talk. Thank you.
In Tunisian, bonjour en français et good morning in English. I try I'm not fluent in English, but I try to present myself at this presentation in English. Firstly, I want to thank Womenpreneur Initiative, and especially Sana, to give me the opportunity to share with you my humble reconversion in cybersecurity, and maybe inspire some Mediterranean women to go through these files. It works. Down? No. Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you. So I will start by briefly introduce myself. I'm Una. I 41 years old Tunisian woman, also proud mother of 2 boys, living currently in France. Almost 5 years ago, I decided to leave my country, my family, my boys, and come and try a new experience in France as project manager at Brightway company. A painful separation for the mother that I am, but which allowed me a few years later to become the chief operating officer of this company. Okay, so I have a financial background. I have a master's degree in finance from the USG of Tunisia, and then I have took a master's degree in financial market forecasting and economic system. So I'm not an engineering, I'm not from the tech. To explain you my career, I firstly started my career as an university teacher in 2008 in Tunisia, while I was working on my PhD in finance, that I unfortunately did not finish in order to take care of my boys who is prematurely born. Then I integrated a bank as a project manager on a credit risk project in 2010. I was recruited from Tunisie Telecom as still in project management, but on agile mode, as I was certified Scrum Master. In 2017, I worked as product owner for creation of a mobile application that's named Bright for the manager of Brightway in Tunisia. We really worked to really enjoy working together, and he asked me to become in France and try a new experience as security project manager. So, So how I get to be a cybersecurity project manager? The chance made that I was between 2 missions, 2 clients, when my company was to be certified as a provide auditor from the ANSI, the National Security Agency. So I take my chance, and this is my first project in cybersecurity. This was triggered my interest in these files. Working at a pure player of cybersecurity, I was on front of line to notice the growth of cybersecurity profession. I'm surely that almost one of you are asking, what is cybersecurity? Just to explain you, this is the practice of protecting system, network, process from digital attacks. Cyber attacks are aimed to destroy, altering access to sensitive information, to extorting money, to stop business process. So implementing effective cybersecurity measures is difficultly to do today, as there are more devices than people, and then hackers are more and more innovative. Ransomware, spam, phishing, so many cyber attacks our company must now face. So how can they do? Just or increase their cybersecurity policy, increase the skills of their employees, and then integrate new talent in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is therefore a field of growth, retraining, reconversion on the rise. Is therefore a real opportunity for a woman in a world in full digital transformation. There is some case that show you the growth of this field. There is growth of the number of cyber attacks, also growth, increase in cyber of budget in French company and then worldwide. But unfortunately, there is not always open to the woman. Only 11% of cybersecurity workforce are women. Feminizing the cybersecurity profession has become an imperative, not only for obey to social motivation, but also from the observation that women have better results. Yes, I know what I said, better result in cybersecurity. They have they are more innovative. They have a sharper verb that allows them to conduct audit in cybersecurity and have excellent results. But what were the key steps of my retraining? How I do? First of all, I have read about the different cybersecurity jobs. I have to admit that I had opportunity to be part of companies that are pure player in cybersecurity. So I note a huge lack on project management and auditor in these files. Secondly, I took the opportunity to use my experience as project manager and conduct my first project, that it was Brightway PASI certification. And then I tried to increase my competence in cybersecurity also, it's needed. So I was certified, firstly, on ISO 27001. This one, it allowed me to master how to implement cybersecurity measure in informatics system, and also ISO 27005, that allowed me to understand the risk and how to control the risk in cybersecurity. An important point on my reconversation or retraining is the fact that my company trusted me and allowed me to show my skills. It is very, very important to have a mentor in this close circle of experts. Brightway is an audit, consulting, and training firm specialized in cybersecurity. To summarize, we essentially involved in the following areas. So we make audits and assessment, we make adversary and resilience, and we also are a CERT. We are also an academic, so we make training in cybersecurity. Just to notice that we are now about 50 employees in this company. 10 of them are Tunisian, and 5 of the 20 are women, and I recruited them. So it's a good point. All these steps allowed me to be now, since 2 years ago, a consultant project manager of cybersecurity program at Generali. From 2 years now, yes, an insurance company recognized worldwide. I'm therefore in charge for all security perimeter, a NIS program. From an infrastructure point of view, there is some of cybersecurity project that I conduct on Generali from these 2 months. But at Brightway, in addition to become a consultant and project manager in security, I also hold the position of Chief Operating Officer. I'm a CEO of Brightway since 1 year now. So I design and implement business operation. I establish policy that promote the company and overseeing operation of the company. I take care of all commercial aspects, recruitment aspect, call of tender, participation of the events, and placement of consultant and our clients. I manage a team of 3 people. The aim of my presentation today is to inspire you to go through this fight of cybersecurity. So, if you are looking to start a career change in cybersecurity, not sure if you have the skills, you have the profile required, or how to maximize your career opportunity, there is 4 tips that can help you. Firstly, assess your current skills. What means, if you are opting for a career change, it's likely that already in job, so you have already a minimum professional experience, and that's count on cybersecurity tools. There are some additional skills that are highly sought, such as English, team working, autonomy, capability to monitor, rigor. All these are a good point for you. Secondly, try to update your skills. If you are still working, don't hesitate to update your skills in cybersecurity. Whenever possible, every project is good. If you are not working, try to create your personal project. As a self-taught, this is not a field to resume effectively, but also improve your skills throughout cybersecurity. You may not have to change company to change careers. Thirdly, train and certify your skills. It's mandatory. Once you have completed all the 3 steps that I have said, professional training is available now without pre-request, online at your own pace. So please try to certify on this field or ever field in technology to can grow up and go to this field. Fourth, but on my thing, this is the most important point, build your network and find a mentor. If you have completed the initial preparation, face-to-face, online course, start building relationship. Attend meeting, like our meeting. Meet industry people, join a group like Women in Cybersecurity, Women in Technology. Attend conference, find a mentor is a step that can make all the difference. Contact an industry player. There are many, many men and women who are already in this field and that can advise you and answer your question. And I will be very proud to be one of them. Merci à tous.
Thank you so much, Muna. And that was a very inspiring also change of career. And you see, I think that showcased how it goes back to what Laura was saying also. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what you do. You just need to upskill yourself. And there's 2 other keywords that I take from these inspiring talks. And I know I keep on repeating it, but if there's any key things you feel that they're important, make sure to also share it to your network with the hashtag #MedTech and Women in Tech. But there is this question that women also see the opportunities in other women. This is why also we need to change this so that men and the society in general give more opportunities to women and see those really the capabilities that women had. So as she said, it's like trust, like you trusted also all the refugees and the women that you worked with, they trusted in you. You also showed when talking about the pilot. So I think there's this question of upskilling, trust, and representation. So we had 3 examples here, and this network is also that is done by Womenpreneur to showcase all those role models to really, as you said, tap into a network, tap into mentors. I am sorry because I promised you some questions with them, but we are running a bit late. But the good news is obviously they're going to be here the whole day. We're going to have coffee breaks. We're going to have lunch. So please, if you have any questions to them, go ahead and take the time to discuss with them and ask even more questions. Before I call the next panel, we'll just take a quick picture with those amazing women. Thank you. Thank you so much. And without further ado, we're actually now going to be talking about our amazing region, right? We said, how can we make the Mediterranean more sustainable? So we need to see what are the opportunities and when can be done and what does exist. So for our next panel, I'm going to be calling our next speakers. So we will have, actually, we were supposed to have Her Excellency Ambassador of Germany to Spain, Miss Maria Gos, but she had, unfortunately, an urgent meeting. She couldn't, but we have an amazing speaker from the embassy, Miss Pamela Prush, if she can come. She is the head of the political department, and until August 2022, she was the coordinator for the EU Common Foreign and Security Policy at the Federal Foreign Office. Thank you so much. Have a seat. I want to call again, Dr. Suhaina Bouraoui. So she's the Executive Director of the Center of Arab Women for Training and Research from Qatar. So Dr. Bouraoui, for you to know her a bit better, she is a founding member of the International Forum of Mediterranean Women since 1992, which actively fosters dialogue between Arab women and Euro-Mediterranean women and promotes networking among different social groups as key to sustainable development. Since 1999, Dr. Bouraoui has been Executive Director of the Center of Arab Women for Training and Research, a regional organization established in 1993 and based in Tunisia. Our next speaker is Ms. Anna Doran-Grikia. Program Gender Equality, Social and Civil Affairs Division at the Union for the Mediterranean. She works on women empowerment, more particularly on female entrepreneurship and women leadership. We were also to have with us Ms. Neus Posielo Cayulan from the Generalitat de Catalunya. Unfortunately, she is sick, so she won't be able to make it, but she really wanted to be here with us and say good luck for our work today. So, as we said, we're going to be talking about the Mediterranean, how to make sure that it becomes the hub for the future and really tapping into those opportunities. So I want to start by asking Ms. Pamela Prush, from your perspective, and so sorry, I had to turn. Go, come. So sorry. Actually, I was wondering, I was like, there's somebody. I am sorry, I needed to turn my page. We have two speakers actually with us on this panel. Had to happen. Ms. Salma Kabaj, who is a co-founder at Impact Lab Africa, and she made sure that I don't forget her. She's the co-founder and CEO of Impact Lab, an African startup accelerator based in Casablanca. Impact Lab has supported more than 250 startups across 18 African countries since 2015, and is also mobilizing African corporates and public institutions to co-build innovative solutions for the continent's key socio-economic challenges. We also have somebody online with us, which is Dr. Yagane Furuheshwar. She's researchers at the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Associations. Okay, I didn't forget anyone now. So let's go back actually to the start with Ms. Pamela Prush. So I wanted to ask you, from your perspective and Germany Mediterranean country strategy, what policies are in place or might be implemented to guarantee that there is experience sharing? We were talking about it also this morning about connectivity, so across the various nations. And how can we make it so that to develop a true tech and entrepreneurship center in the Mediterranean region?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here, and my ambassador sends her warmest regards. She would like to have been here. She's also one of the role models. We in the Foreign Service in Germany, we only have 25% of women ambassadors. When I entered 20 years ago, you could count them on one hand. So, and it's the first female ambassador in Madrid we've been having. So since 2020, in 2022, it's the first women ambassador in Madrid. So we are also moving forward in this area. Regarding the Mediterranean and how we can improve the sharing of knowledge, the sharing of experience, the European Union in 2004 actually already created the European Neighborhood Policy, which is exactly designed for that. It's our bilateral relations with the countries in our neighborhood, is an eastern part and in the south, which is all the Mediterranean countries, but it also has this regional component. So it's very important to not only to look in how we can improve the relationship of Germany or of the European Union as a whole with each individual country, and there's still a lot to do, but also with the region as a whole, and that the countries in the region amongst themselves improve their knowledge sharing, their cooperation. It's one of the regions which is the least integrated in the world. And that for an economy is very, very difficult. So through programs and the neighborhood policy is really a wholesale thing. It's having a political angle, it's having civil society, but also all the business and how can we improve the economic relations. The EU is in there financing programs, it helps with reforms, it helps with advice, and in 2021 there was a new joint communication on the EU's relations to the South. And we said we need to scale up after the pandemic. We didn't know about the war, but it's another reason to scale up and to look at this region, because there's a lot of potential. When I look at the figures, that over 30% of young people, over 50% of women in this region are unemployed. Why don't we tap in the potential to create more of this region? So this is something where we have to look. We have to create security in the region. The war shows us that there's lots of consequences also for this region. We have to create stability and we have to create prosperity there by helping helping to connect people and help people to develop their potential. I don't think that everything needs to come from the outside. There's a lot of potential there which needs to be helped. So, when you see that the GDP in this region is 6 times less than in the EU, I think we have also an obligation to cooperate there. What can we do? It's bringing people together. The Union for the Mediterranean, which is the multilateral arm of the European neighborhood, is a great institution, a great center for bringing people together. There has been a meeting only last week where you bring governments together, but also to organize. And they have a great grant scheme that they give finance abilities to young entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs to create jobs, because if you have a great idea, and there's lots of great ideas around, you have to get the finance to get it started. And therefore there's the Union for the Mediterranean, and also Germany bilateral with our development ministry. We have a lot of bilateral projects in all of the countries, focusing mostly on helping banks, how to do the risk assessment, that they can help young companies to start and to create jobs then as a next step. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you said it rightly in the way that, yes, there are bilateral relations, but we really need to see, and it goes back to what Dr. Bouraoui had said before, that it is a region. It has to be recognized as a region. And if we really want it to become the hub of the future and really tap into the opportunities, it needs to be seen by all partners as a region. And you said it very rightly, how it is not fully integrated. So there's a lot of things. And yes, there are within the region also the solutions, the people. So it is about tapping into those opportunities. And I honestly love when speakers come up with numbers, because like this, it is not just us coming and Bai said, this is it. No, we have numbers that comes back and it's like, this is the reality and this is what we need to build on. And I want to actually move from this to Dr. Bouraoui. From actually your perspective, from the southern region of the Mediterranean, what role do you see the Mediterranean could be playing, and what would be its evolving role to ensure greater connectivity? Because we keep on talking about this, the different connection between the two sides of the Mediterranean. Dr. Bouraoui.
Ok, je vais parler en français.
Okay, so she's going to be speaking in French. For those who might need translation, make sure to have the gap.
Je suis quelqu'un qui perturbe, donc je vais parler en français. Parce que ce que j'ai à dire, je le dis depuis 30 ans. La Méditerranée existe. Tout le monde la connaît dans son imaginaire et tout le monde connaît les plages de la Méditerranée. Tout le monde connaît les olives de la Méditerranée, parce que l'olivier, c'est la frontière de la Méditerranée. Mais je pense que ce qui manquait à la Méditerranée, ce n'est pas les populations qui doivent être connectées. Les populations de la Méditerranée ont toujours été connectées et les flux migratoires ont toujours existé, sauf qu'avant, elles venaient du nord vers le sud et maintenant, elles vont du sud vers le nord. Qu'avant, il y avait de la place pour les migrants et que maintenant, il n'y a pas de préparation pour les migrants. Alors, le problème, qui j'espère sera résolu un jour, c'est que maintenant, nous avons une structure méditerranéenne qui s'appelle l'UPM. Nous avons eu quelque chose de très important, c'est le système de Barcelone qui a protégé et qui protège la mer Méditerranée. Et les territoires, la terre méditerranéenne est protégée par le système de Barcelone. Mais il nous manquait une institution politique avec une volonté réelle politique méditerranéenne. Tout mon espoir, j'ai essayé d'assister au maximum de conférences à l'UPM depuis qu'elle existe. Et j'étais là lors de sa création. J'espère qu'avant ma mort, je verrai une UPM forte, reconnue par l'Union européenne, avec beaucoup d'argent,
pour les femmes de la Méditerranée parce qu'il n'y a pas assez de financement. Il n'y a pas assez de financement. Le Sud, vous avez parlé de non-employés, vous avez parlé, peut-être pas, vous n'avez pas dit le mot, mais de chômage, des jeunes. Mais tous ces jeunes ne demandent qu'à être éduqués. L'Europe vieillit. Ils n'ont plus de jeunes. Nous avons trop de jeunes. Mais nos jeunes ne sont pas suffisamment adaptés à la technologie nouvelle, surtout les femmes. Il faut les adapter. Il faut les adapter, donc il faut les éduquer dans le sens, pas de la bonne éducation, de la courtoisie, mais de la bonne éducation qui marche avec le marché du travail. Et donc, ce que nous avons besoin, c'est d'avoir, de la part de nos pays, une croyance dans la Méditerranée, parce que nous sommes africains, nous sommes arabes dans l'Afrique du Nord, nous sommes maghrébins, mais nous sommes aussi méditerranéens. Et nos politiques l'oublient, que nous faisons partie intégrante, structurante, non seulement des Nations Unies, mais aussi de l'UPM. Et donc, nous devons d'abord convaincre nos politiques qu'ils sont méditerranéens, qu'ils doivent aider la Méditerranée, parce que c'est leur survie, la survie de leur pays, surtout avec les changements climatiques. Et je pense réellement que le changement climatique qui est en train de faire que la Méditerranée va avoir 20% de plus de chauffe que les autres pays du monde va faire prendre conscience qu'il faut réellement s'unir autour de l'UPM, mais que l'UPM a besoin de support pour supporter les pays. Voilà ce que je pense pour le futur de la Méditerranée. Et les femmes vont jouer un rôle absolument extraordinaire, parce qu'elles sont là partout où je les rencontre, elles sont prêtes à travailler, au nord et au sud.
Merci
et d'ailleurs, je représente aussi la Fondation des femmes de l'Euro-Méditerranée, parce que ça ne me suffit pas d'être directeur exécutif de Kautar au sud. Je dois avoir un pied dans le nord, et j'ai mis mon pied à Barcelone, près de l'UPM. Alors nous sommes là pour recevoir beaucoup de soutien. Et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Bouraoui. And I think you rightly said, and we kept on talking about financing, and I want to just for everyone, you know, we're going to have a panel talking about investment and financing. So this is a question that we know is critical, so don't worry, it will be tapped. But as you said, it's about believing in the region. It is about believing about the potential. And I'm sorry, because now I have to go to Anna, and everyone keeps on talking about the Union for the Mediterranean. They will put you in the spotlight. You have such a big role, and they are expecting a lot from you. But I want to know, and we know that the Union for the Mediterranean is working tirelessly to connect, at the end of the day, the various countries and opportunities in the region. Can you tell us, in your opinion, what are the challenges that are preventing actually today the region from playing its major role in the startup, entrepreneurship, and inclusion of women? And while we're talking about this, the next steps, obviously, we're going to be talking about solutions. We're not talking only about problems. That's not the case. But we want to know, let's start by saying, what are the challenges?
Thank you very much. Welcome to everybody. Sorry for my voice. I will try to speak a little bit louder. First of all, thank you for mentioning so many times the Union for the Mediterranean. I'm a little bit under pressure now. Exactly. But just for the few of you that who doesn't know what is the Union for Mediterranean, it's an intergovernmental organization of 42 countries, the 27 from the European Union, the country from the MENA region, and 3 countries, now 4 since last week, from Balkan areas. What we do and why we should play so big role in the Mediterranean. We offer a platform for policy dialogue, meaning we put together the policy decision makers to commit in terms of policies, in terms of strategies, but also in terms of funds on some specific topics. The women economic empowerment is one of them. And of course, as we need to mobilize funds, we also need to be supported by donors, And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the representative of Germany, because we are working a lot thanks to the German cooperation, and some of the activities that we hope will be put in place next year in the framework of the Mad Women in Tech will be exactly financed by Germany. And in terms of challenges in the region, from the Union for Mediterranean perspective, when we talk about women economic empowerment, and more particularly on women in tech, we see, and we saw this 1 month ago here in Madrid in the framework of the ministerial conference of the 42 member states, that there are, I would say, 3 main challenges. First of all, there is a wrong narration. One narration I'm talking in the policy agenda, in the media, in the society. Women entrepreneurs, and especially related to the challenge of the tech sector, are often represented as women who do this, make a choice of launching a business as a necessity. But indeed, this is not always the case. A recent report from the Global Gender Entrepreneurship Monitoring report say that in the MENA region, especially in the MENA region, the first answer to the question, why did you launch a new business? Because we want to make a change, because we want to create an impact. And this is something that you are not going to listen so often, unfortunately. So the idea of women being absolutely aware of their potential, aware of their means, should be supported by policies and by investors. Second challenge, women in the region consider that there are not effective enabling conditions to support them. What does it mean? Means that if I have to think to launch a tech company in the region, I should be sure that the legal framework, the regulations will help me. I will need to be sure that public procurement rules will support us. I will need that if I am a mother of 2 children or 3 children, there will be public social services allow me to make a real work-life balance. Third thing, and this is what we are going also to talk later on, the challenge in terms of access to finance. When we speak about access to finance, we have to take into account that in the MENA region, there are a lot of different stages of entrepreneurship, meaning if we're talking about early startup, if we're talking enterprises in the accelerating phase, if we're talking about enterprises with at least 5 years of life. And all of them needs different and targeted financial support. But women also need to be trained in terms of how to access to finance, because it's just not a lack of interest from investment funds. Sometimes it's also lack of knowledge from women entrepreneurs how to access the funds that are there. And I would stop here and leave the floor to the other, and we will talk about the solution about these 3 challenges.
Thank you so much. We will come back to all the solutions, and I will be asking to each of you, but because and you rightly said it, Anna, we need to have the right framework. We need to have the right ecosystem at the end of the day and the policies. So I actually want to ask to Dr. Yegane, who is from the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association. What kind of creative policies do you think would be a catalyst for putting the Mediterranean at the center of entrepreneurship and connected the finest practices from the Euro-Mediterranean region, especially for women?
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be here. And I'm thanking, first of all of the organizers, Womenpreneurs, for having this fabulous event. And let me start by presenting myself. I'm a Yagana Froheshvar economist and researcher at the Mediterranean Economist Association, and I'm representing our founder and president, Professor Rima Yadi, who would love to be there, but unfortunately she couldn't join. I'm honored to participate, and let me start by giving a few words about EMEA, and then I talk about the policies which are in line with our activities. So EMEA is a regional think tank, and our goal is to bring together economic research and policy. Our target region is the Mediterranean, and now we are adding Africa, and we are implementing several EU-funded projects, and also we are active in research activity and try to collect data, make sense with as economists. So let me start talking first of all about the current macroeconomic conditions that we are facing, and then talk about policies because we need to set up the background. So we had the outburst of COVID-19 in 2020 that revolutionized and changed our way of working, consuming, and doing economic activity. It had accelerated a digital transition. So we are moving at an unprecedented fast pace towards digitalization all over the world and in the Mediterranean as well. But it was also a major economic disruptions in terms of supply and demand. Both were, it was a huge negative shock on both aspects. And what we observe in different countries is that it also led to a rise in public and private debt. So many mitigation measures were adopted by countries for COVID. But then the public debt is risen. It has risen to very high levels, and it doesn't actually leave enough room for governments to adjust, adopt, and continue their support for other sectors. And within this context, we had the war in Ukraine, which has caused further distress, both politically and economically. It led to a rise in food and energy prices. So the cost of capital borrowing has increased. So it puts further pressure on recovery post-COVID. And governments now are practicing restrictive monetary policies. And that leads to a scarcity of credit, and which is the bad news for SMEs and entrepreneurs. And what we are asking ourselves these days, are we going to face an imminent credit crunch is in the way? We don't know, and probably yes. So all these factors together leaves for SMEs, creates a very uncertain and hostile environment. And to cut a long story short, I just want to tell that macroeconomic situations and conditions are pretty gloomy for SMEs, unfortunately, because they are less resilient and they cannot adjust themselves pretty fast in case of a shock. So regarding tech industry and entrepreneurship, so we are living in this world of digital transition, which is happening all around the world, and it's revolutionizing every aspect of our lives. From we talk about e-education, e-health, e-government, buying things on platform economy, and e-banking, e-justice. This digitalization is everywhere. And this, in this context, digital connectivity is becoming a human right, and digital skills are becoming essential. So we had this UN Secretary General roadmap for digital cooperation. They have produced a set of digital targets for 2030. So I just want to highlight that it's important to provide access to everybody. And one of the main challenges regarding this digitalization, especially in the South Med region, is the digital divide. And I want to focus a lot on it because the digital divide, we see it both between different countries and also within a country. So there are significant gaps between countries. If you look at the Network Readiness Index, so it compares, it's like an indicator comparing different countries in the region, and we see a huge gap between different countries in the region, between north and south shores of the Mediterranean region. And also, if you look at the country level, we have many groups of population who are excluded from digital opportunities. And for instance, rural areas, older people, and also women. So I want to emphasize on women. If we look at the case in Europe, because in Europe there is a framework of DESI that the target is to boost digitalization. And within the DESI framework, where we monitor and collect data, we have this assessment of we have this Women in Digital, WID scoreboard, which assesses the woman's inclusion in digital jobs, career, and entrepreneurship. And once we look at the data, which is available just for Europe, unfortunately for SouthMed, we don't have a similar data, but the results show that the gender gap in digital skills persists. And only 19% of ICT specialists are being women in Europe, and in SouthMed region, we know the situation is even worse. And why am I emphasizing on digital divide? Because for me, it's super important. Because imagine that one group of population is doing well, and we are moving to digital transitions. Those who are not moving, who are not doing well, they're going to left behind, and this gap is going to exacerbate it. So it's a very bad news for inequality. So the inequality is going to increase if we don't tackle digital divide. So the main policy in terms of tech, it should be to invest, first of all, in digital infrastructure, because as I said, we have differences in terms of access in different countries in the region. So we have to have this in digital infrastructure is a human right, as I mentioned earlier, but also we have to invest in digital training. We have to tackle the digital divide, especially for the case of women, which is like half of our society. And we heard this morning about the divide, the main reasons, psychologicals, the self-bias girls may perceive as a very young age even. So we need to tackle those. We need to provide training, especially for women, and help them to upscale their digital skills. And another point I wanted to highlight, we're going to soon publish a working paper in which we develop an index for digital preparedness of SMEs in the SouthMed region. And once we, and so this index has 4 pillars of digital engagement, digital capacity, barriers to digitalization, and also digital awareness. Once we look at this digital preparedness of SMEs, we don't see a significant difference between companies that are led by men or companies led by women. And many companies, they call, they identify barriers like such as high costs, regulation problems also as barriers for digitalization. So we need to remove those barriers, especially in terms of legislation. Also, we need to provide, as a policy, a digital safe environment. So Ms. Muna Travelsi, in the previous session, she highlighted the importance of cybersecurity, which is growing, attacks are growing. So there is a role of government to create a solid legal framework to provide citizens from these digital risks and attacks. There's this cybersecurity index provided by the International Telecommunication Unit, and we can have a global view of the situation in different countries. And again, we observe a divide within the region and also between North Shore and South Shore of the Mediterranean. The policies for enhancing entrepreneurship for women is mostly to provide access to finance for women and also those who are working in those important sectors of the future, which are of high added value, such as tech. And within EMEA, we also have developed a credit guarantee scheme, the Euro-Mediterranean guarantee network in order to facilitate access to finance for those SMEs. And so it was launched in 2012, and we have these different guarantee companies within the region that come together. And because of the increasing shocks and increasing risks that I'm talking about earlier, because of the war in Ukraine and all of the climate risks and so on, we are thinking of also developing another new schemes to facilitate access for financing for SMEs, such as counter guarantee. So this is
Thank you so much, Dr. Yegane, so that we can also continue, and I always have to say for the time. So, but thank you so much, because I think though there's a point you said that is very key, is ensuring that the policies we put in place are really attached to the realities of the different shocks. Also, obviously, preparing for the future, but what is the reality today? And also bear in mind that the southern and the northern part today, because we also said before, are not integrated. There's still a lot of gaps. Ensuring that those policies make sure to not create a bigger gap, but actually support so that this gap little by little would exist, and ensuring therefore that there is inclusivity and that the women and entrepreneurship are really included. I want to actually go to Selma. Per your experience, actually, because you are supporting startups and building ecosystem, especially in the southern part of the Mediterranean. What is, according to you, the missing link between the two sides, and what have been done, and maybe some of the successes that you've had on the African level that we could leverage in the Mediterranean?
Thank you, Shiraz, and I'm very happy to be here with all of you today. So these lack of synergies and this lack of integration that we've been talking about today, well, it translates very concretely for entrepreneurs in our region, especially in the southern region of the Mediterranean, because when you look at each individual market, well, each of them is way too small to allow for the development and growth of a successful startup, for example, tech startup. And it's way too small for that startup to actually then go and target fundraising at the international level and be on the map of the tech ecosystems at the regional or at the international level, which is key for any startup, as you all know. So that integration is really key for the growth and development of the startup ecosystem in the Mediterranean region. And in my experience with Impact Lab, we've done maybe a dozen of programs that are either Pan-African or regional. So we've seen a lot of the things that work, that don't work. We really believe that entrepreneurship support organizations have a key role to play in creating those synergies and that integration, providing, you know, those contacts and those links to push for the expansion of startups across the region, because the market potential is here. A lot of the issues and challenges that we face and the market needs are common in the region when we talk about agri-tech, about health tech, about education, about energy efficiency. All these are common issues, and we have talent in the region that has developed solutions to meet those market needs. So in our experience, what I see really three factors that are essential to make those collaborations work. The first one is really to come to the table as equal partners. This is very important because traditionally, and we still see today, donor programs that give, let's say, a tutor role to European organizations to oversee deployment of entrepreneurship support programs with local actors of the Southern Mediterranean region. This is something that should not exist anymore. We've seen time and time again how we have the talent in the Southern region. We have the methodologies, the expertise. We don't need to be tutored to do good job, excellent job, outstanding job. So this is something that really needs to change in the mindset. And if we really want successful collaboration, we need to be able to all sit together around the table, each of us knowing that the other person has something, has an expertise, has something specific that they can bring to the partnership. So this is the first point. For me, the second point as well is to be able to build that framework of trust. Trust in the sense that we can all work with the knowledge that each one's perimeter is respected, and we know clearly that we're building a long-term relationship. And this is also very important because I've seen many also examples of cross-regional partnerships where in the end, one of the parties was only interested in gaining knowledge and gaining penetration of a market through a partner to then establish themselves in that market. And this is something that needs to be clear from the beginning, and that needs to be very, very well defined in order to promote sustainable partnerships and fruitful partnerships. And the last point, and I know there's going to be something about it later, but financing. In the end, there's nothing that can be done without the financing. In entrepreneurship, we've seen that in recent years, I think the European Union has largely promoted the deployment of programs connecting hubs and incubators from the European Union countries and hubs and incubators, accelerators from Africa. A lot of the times there are programs that are structured around networking, around creating opportunities to meet for collaboration. And it is great. It is very important. But in the end, when you meet in these events, when you can define a potential partnership, it's very important to then have a financing tool you can go to actually deploy these partnerships. Because doing the fundraising is a very complicated process, and you meet someone at a networking, well, if you have a 1-year process to raise funds after that, then you know that it's not going to happen. So funding again and again, a funding tool that is here to make sure that when you network and you have a partnership opportunity, well, you can access the funding to make the partnership a reality.
We keep on talking about financing, and when you talk about entrepreneurship, obviously we want impact, but at the end of the day, with no money, you cannot have as much the impact that you want to do. So we will talk about it, don't worry. We have 15 more minutes. Before I have obviously other questions that I would want to ask our panelists, but I want to give it to the audience if they have any questions. So we have one question here, so like this we will. And potentially one of the... Go ahead. Do you have the microphone?
Yes, you need the microphone. Thank you. Excuse my voice. Thank you for this great panel for this morning. And I'm Kahina. Thank you, Sana, for really putting together this great event with all your sponsors, their help. I really want to come back about one element that was raised earlier, which is basically related to unconscious bias. It's one of the elements I would like to raise is also our own unconscious bias. One of the things that I would like to do, and I do in my own work as a lawyer by training, it's not contagious, don't worry, but also I do work a lot on promoting women and also self-confidence. I always refer to an author and a politician. One of them is Madeleine Albright in her great quote saying that women do not help women or have a special place in hell for them. The other one is basically Sheryl Sandberg that talks about fear. when she talks about the holy trinity of fears. We are submerged by fears as women. We don't stand up to ourselves. We always said, I did a little thing. I'm going to try and do it. Well, we should just stand up and do it. And that's one of the things we have to focus on. And I believe that, and I'm going to link that to second point, which is fundings and also the help of the European Unions, which is basically, especially when it comes to our region, and we see the different and the difference of governments. And of course, women is not at the top of the agenda of the regions of the southern part of the Mediterranean Union. Leaders coming from one of the country originally, which is Algeria, which is even closest to the policy and policy building when it comes to women initiatives. We have a lot of facade laws, but unfortunately today it's very important for the EU as policy to understand that and go beyond the policy and really try to support women initiatives that are absolutely amazing out there in the field and promote the cooperation, because we're losing $1 million in not cooperating among ourselves as our neighbors in Maghreb, but also with our neighbors from the other part of the Mediterranean. Thank you.
So questions, you had one question here and then one question there. So we'll take the questions and like this have the answering. Yeah, please make sure to introduce yourself just so that they know, but please go ahead.
So I have a question regarding, so we have the Union pour la Méditerranée, and this is nice to have those
Just sorry,
countries.
they're going to ask me again. Please introduce yourself so that they know who you are.
Sorry. So I am Maria. I am a consultant. I work with women and organization in their narrative, visibility, reputation, these kind of things. And I am a woman and a mother of three kids. My question is, so we have the Union pour la Méditerranée, which is a fantastic initiative to promote and to protect the Mediterranean countries, but do the leaders of those countries really want to promote the participation of women in the economy and in the circles of powers? Because at the end, or what's the real situation?
Perfect, thank you. We will take the other question, and like this I will have okay, but we'll make it quick. One question, and then like this the panel will have to answer. And I don't want only Anna to answer, but obviously the representative of the countries.
I don't have a question at this.
Oh, okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Yasmin. I'm Egyptian, and I'm the CEO and the founder of a logistics company. It's called YFS. For the Egyptian or the Arabic speaker, it's called Yalla fil Sikka, which means I'm on my way. I have a question here because I've been participating in or invited to many initiatives, great as this one. And I see on different organizations, whether World Bank, IFC, European, Mediterranean, Europe, Arab, UAE, there are so many different initiatives and there are so many women that have no access to it, or you don't know that they are doing this. I don't know how I was invited here or how that you got to know about me. And I was just wondering, is there any collaboration or a platform where we can just, as we are in a tech, conference, to just have all these initiatives gathered in one place as a LinkedIn for, to reach all the women to sign up for and then get access to this informative sessions or initiatives as well.
Perfect, thank you. Question, make it quick so that the panel can answer for you. Didn't you have a question? Oh, okay, then we'll have the questions and then the input. Go ahead.
I have only a very quick comment. My name is Manal Amin. I'm from Egypt. I'm from the Board of Business Women of Egypt. And I work in tech. I'm entrepreneur for 30 years now. So my point is talking about the Mediterranean, South and North, the Mediterranean, and we are always speaking in European languages, in English and in French, and we want to reach women in rural areas who do not speak, do only speak their local languages. So please, on all these initiatives, I'm very much into this. This is I started my business for this reason. I wanted to have technology available for the other language-speaking women, the local women. So please consider this in the initiative so all the initiatives can reach women everywhere in the Arab region.
Perfect, thank you. I know there are more questions. I'm sorry, we're running out of time, so we have 10 minutes so that the panelists can answer to you. And then obviously, please, a discussion. If it's a question, if it's a comment.
I can link a question.
One question.
I wrote it down because I was so inspired and I wanted just to channel my thoughts. Thank you so much for the invitation in this amazing event and inspiring. My name is Raja Felgata. I'm a journalist. I'm a media entrepreneur from the Netherlands. I live in Amsterdam. From Moroccan heritage, very proud. I'm the founder of several platforms regarding representation and visibility of women of color. So I founded the Community Top 100 for a decade. I made a top 100 list of role models from color and women of color. And I'm the creative director of a MENA platform called Fatima. I was one of the first Moroccan news anchors in the Netherlands with a Moroccan background. And for over 20 years, I've been committed to a better representation of the different communities of color. And as a media entrepreneur, I understand how imaging works. And when it comes to Mediterranean women or from the MENA region, prejudice, and especially the negative story around Arab women and the impact what this has on our community as women of color and the possibilities we're losing because of these media mechanisms. In the Netherlands...
Sorry. Please, the question, we have 7 minutes and I want the panelists to answer.
I just wanted to point out that we have, not only in the Netherlands, but also across Europe, we have this negative tendency regarding MENA women and Arab women. We have racism, we have sexism, we have Me Too, we have all this exclusion where we have to deal with on a daily basis. So my question is basically, how can we as a community internationally, from the region, from Europe, from wherever you are, how can we influence this media prejudice that we have as a community to have better possibilities and opportunities together across Europe, but also across the region. Perfect. So please find me because I really want to connect with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We had 3 questions at the end of the day, and I'm going to give the floor to each and one of you to answer. Do you remember the questions? We're good? Okay, let's move it.
Okay, I'll try to give a very brief answer. I mean, the whole thing is about supporting women, of giving women some more visibility and also, I mean, convince the leaders of countries that women need more representation. We have, since end of 21, we have for the first time a female foreign minister. And one of the first things she did is to say, I want to have a dedicated female foreign policy, which is exactly about that. To give more attention to women, to talk about rights, representation, and resources, and to make that really not only like this is one person in one office looking at that, but really to make this as a cross-cutting challenge for the whole foreign ministry. So right now, everyone in the foreign ministry and in the embassies are looking what are our programs where we support initiatives, civil society, entrepreneurs, are they right? Do we have, I mean, enough women represented in those who get the funding? So I think it's this I mean, we need to really look into and check whether we have looked at it enough in the past and have to correct it. And also on a European level, unfortunately, we have lost one of the countries that had a female foreign policy, but she's advocating to get the right representation and resources in, and I would add also the diversity, because this is also, we need to represent and we need to look at all parts of the societies if we want to make foreign policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna, you can start, and then Dr. Bouhaoui.
Thank you, because I think there were a couple of questions for Union for the Mediterranean. Okay, I will try to answer. First of all, the question about how we can move from pledges to implementation, just to summarize your question. It's a difficult process, but just to give an example from the Union for the Mediterranean perspective. We have been working during 2 years with all the focal points on gender, on the ministers in the 42 countries, working on gender from different perspectives. During these 2 years, we did 2 things, and I can tell you it's not easy. First of all, because you need a clear political commitment from their side, meaning also simply, I can allow 2 people on my staff to work on this, even not given money, but just human resources. We carried out a reporting exercise on 6 indicators. One of them is about women economic empowerment. I can tell you that from the countries, especially from the MENA region, there was a big commitment in trying to gather statistical data. That is not easy at all. We always say that we need data to show and to drive the policies. But even from the MENA countries, it's quite difficult to find the data. If you need to know exactly how many women are working with a small business, you don't have the data, because you need to work with the private sector to take this data. This is not public statistics. And only this, it was a proof of their commitment to do this, but it's not enough. Following the result of this report, we decided to work on a political declaration. And we ask to all the countries, say, please be sure that what you are going to put in this political declaration is something that you are not only committed politically, but you know that you are already program currently implemented, or you are planning to implement program. And we are going to work with them, starting from January, to develop and implement an action plan. Meaning that in the action plan, we will find money to support this part. Another proof of commitment is that thanks to this commitment, we were able to convince Sweden and Germany to support the UFM activities on women. We are providing training. We are providing online training. We will provide physical training. We will provide capacity building. We will do, and this is the other question that the Egyptian lady was asking, one of the activities that we are going to implement is the mapping of what exists already. We don't need to create new platform, new networks. We need to capitalize what exists already. So the idea is, one of the activities that we have in mind with the Women-Med network in tech is to create a network of network, meaning where all the information will be available in terms of access to information, access to knowledge, access to partnership, access to finance. And we are going to cooperate with already existing platform. I think it's someone here in the room from BusinessMed. That is an organization based in Tunis, and they have launched a free online platform that is called Business Desk Country. What they do with this platform? They offer all the information available if you are interested to invest in another country, to find potential investors from another country, in all the Mediterranean region. So just to give an example of what it meant, and I stop here.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm gonna give 20 seconds to each of you, not more. I'm sorry, we're really running out of time. Start, go ahead.
Okay, so the one point I want to emphasize is that we're talking a lot about the role of government, governmental organization, you have it's great, but in the end, they will provide the support, but the people that have the solutions are the entrepreneurs. The people that are able to build those solutions to make sure that women are equipped, women are empowered, women have their place to contribute and to voice their needs are the tech entrepreneurs. I see a lot of startups that we supported that have brought financial inclusion tools for women, that have brought new working models to allow women that cannot leave their households because they have other responsibilities to work and generate revenue, etc. And it's these models that then need to be pushed and amplified by governments.
Thank you. I know, I'm sorry. You will have the time. Please go ahead and talk to our amazing panelists during the thing. I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Bouhaoui as well. 30 secondes. Un commentaire vous voulez faire, Dr. Bouhaoui?
Je veux toujours faire un commentaire.
Je sais, vous avez 30 secondes.
Alors, je vais faire deux commentaires. Le premier sur les finances et la coopération et la bonne coopération. C'est dommage qu'il n'y ait que l'Allemagne, enfin la représentante, une certaine représentante d'une certaine Allemagne, et pas d'autres pays. Alors, je veux féliciter l'Allemagne et la Suède et les pays d'ailleurs du Nord d'aider beaucoup la société civile et les gouvernements et l'UPM pour réellement créer cette dynamique. Le problème, c'est que les pays européens et l'Union européenne s'engagent et sont engagés à avoir un pourcentage de leur budget dans les projets de développement. Ils ne sont pas arrivés au 0,001. Donc, ils sont redevables. Ce n'est pas un cadeau. Et très peu de pays respectent cela. Donc, je ne vais pas parler de l'Allemagne et de la Suède, je vais parler de tous les autres, y compris l'Italie, la France, etc. Donc, moi, je pense que c'est quelque chose de très important, la redevabilité, par rapport à la coopération des pays du Sud et des femmes particulièrement. La deuxième chose, le deuxième commentaire, il faut faire très attention. Il faut mettre tout ça dans le contexte. Les femmes entrepreneurs dans un pays comme la Tunisie, par exemple, mais ça vaut pour tous les autres pays, ça représente 5% des entrepreneurs qui eux-mêmes représentent 10% ou 12%. C'est tout. Donc, on est la très belle minorité, les entrepreneurs, et je ne parle pas de l'entrepreneur social que je suis, je parle des entrepreneurs qui font du business. Donc, c'est très important de relativiser. Et si on veut remonter le tout, il faut remonter les hommes et les femmes, et pas seulement les femmes. Et ça, c'est très important, parce qu'il faut que les femmes se rendent compte qu'elles peuvent être le levier pour aider les hommes à les aider. Parce que les hommes ont le courage de dire « je fais », les autres vont dire « j'essaye », mais ça revient au même, eux aussi ont besoin d'être aidés. Ça, c'est un commentaire de contexte. Mais dans ce contexte, je vais terminer par la bonne gouvernance, parce qu'on ne peut pas avancer si nos pays ne satisfont pas aux règles de la bonne gouvernance, de la transparence, de délivrer les datas, etc., etc. Donc, il faut mettre ça dans un contexte plus général.
Tout à
Voilà,
fait.
je
Merci
vous
beaucoup,
remercie.
Dr. Bouraoui. Thank you so much. And please go and talk with her and all the other panelists. So right now, we're going to go on a coffee break. We have to be back here. I'm going to say 11:59 so that we can start at 12 p.m. dot. It's going to be on the third floor in the foyer. So I know. And it's the panel. You're going to have 12 minutes today, I'm sorry, but so that we can go into the investment part that you're all waiting for. And we're just going to take a quick picture with the panelists. Please go ahead, third floor, foyer. See you in 12 minutes. In 12 minutes, come back to this room for the panel. The coffee break is third floor.
Tell me just what you want me to be. One kiss, boom, you're the only one for me. So please tell me why that you come around. 'Cause right now I'm crying outside the door. Looking the store just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Start with a kiss, we're up to bat. A little bit of lust, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my babe, it's all in the scheme of love. Whatever you make it to be, sunshine set on this cold and lonely sea. So please, baby, try and use me for what I'm good for, and saying goodbye all in this game of love. Now we're up to bat. A little bit of loss, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my babe, it's all in the scheme of love. Baby, baby, the reason I breathe is you. Boy, you've got me blinded. Oh, pretty baby, there's nothing that I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. All because my loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign, give me baby one more time. Baby, baby, how was I supposed to know? Oh, pretty baby, I shouldn't have let you go. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me now. Don't you know I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Leave me, baby, one more time. My loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I still believe it. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Give me, baby, one more time. Keep the right ones out, let the wrong ones sing. An angel of mercy, see me through all my sins. There were times in my life when I was going insane, trying to walk through the pain. When I lost my grip and I hit the floor, yeah, I thought I could live but couldn't get out that door. I was so sick and tired of living a lie, was wishing that I would die. It's amazing, with a blink of an eye you finally see the light. It's amazing, the moment arrives you know you'll be alright. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm saying a prayer for the desperate hearts tonight. The lessons a permanent vacation, and how you can fly with a broken wings. Life is a journey, not a destination, and I just can't tell you what tomorrow brings. Haven't learned to grow, for you learn to walk, but I just can't listen to all the riders. I was out on the street, just trying to survive, scratching to stay alive. It's amazing, with a wink of an eye, I finally see the light. Oh, it's amazing. When the moment arrives, you know you'll be alright. It's amazing. I'm saying a prayer for the desperate hearts tonight. Dear, I fear we're facing a problem. You love me no longer, I know, and maybe there is nothing that I can do to make you do. Mama tells me I shouldn't bother, that I ought just stick to another man, a man that surely deserves me, but I think you do. Love me, they thought you loved me. Fool me, go on and fool me. Love me, pretend that you love me. Lead me, just say that you need me. So I cry and I beg for you to love me. They thought you loved me. Leave me. set on this cold and lonely sea. So please, baby, try and use me for what I'm good for, and saying goodbye, knocking down the door, working his soul. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Started with the kids, we're up to that. A little bit of us, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my baby, it's all in this game of love. It's all in this game of love. Right now I'm down outside that door of your loving soul. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It started with a kiss, now we're up to bat. A little bit of loss, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my babe, it's all in the scheme of love. Baby, baby, the reason I breathe is you. Boy, you got me blinded. Oh, pretty baby, there's nothing that I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. All because my loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign, give me baby one more time. Baby, baby, how was I supposed to know? Oh, pretty baby, I shouldn't have let you go. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me now. Don't you know I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Give me baby one more time. My loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Give me baby one more time. Kept the right ones out, let the wrong ones in. trail of mercy see me through all my sins. There were times in my life when I was going insane, trying to walk through the pain. When I lost my grip and I hit the floor, yeah, I thought I could leave but couldn't get out that door. I was so sick and tired of living a lie. I was wishing that I would die. It's amazing, with a blink of an eye you finally see the light. It's amazing, when the moment arrives you know you'll be alright. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm saying a prayer for the desperate hearts tonight. That will last you to permanent vacation, and how you can fly with a broken wings. Life is a journey, not a destination, and I just can't tell you what tomorrow brings. Haven't learned to grow, for you learn to walk, but I just can't listen all the riders sing. I was out on the street, just trying to survive, scratching to say alive. It's amazing, with the blink of an eye I finally see the light. Oh, it's amazing, when the moment arrives you know you'll be alright. It's amazing, I'm saying a prayer for the desperate hearts tonight.
Allô? حبيبي يا نور العين. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We're changing the topic. We're talking about. I invite me. Everyone who.
Dear, I feel we're facing a problem. You love me no longer, I know, and maybe there is nothing that I can do to make you do. Mama tells me I shouldn't bother, that I ought just stick to another man, and that really deserves me, but I think you do. Love me, say that you love me, fool me, go on and fool me. Love me, pretend that you love me, leave me, just say that you need me. So I cry, and I beg for you to could have done in another way to make you stay. Reason will not reach a solution. I will end up lost in confusion. I don't care if you really care, as long as you don't go. Love me, say that you love me. Fool me, go on and fool me. Love me, pretend that you love me. Leave me, just say that you need me. So I cry and I beg for you to love me, say that you love me. Leave me, just say that you need me. I can't care about anything but you.
Streets like a jungle, so call the police. Following the hard, their degrees. And holiday love in the 90s. Esperanite, on sunny beaches. Taking chances, looking for girls who are boys, who like boys to be girls, who do boys like their girls, who do girls like the boys. Always should be someone you really love. Available, like battery thinkers. Count your thoughts on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers. Nothing is wasted, only reproduced. Get nasty blisters to be social. That we haven't been introduced to people who are boys, who like boys to be girls, who do boys like their girls, who do girls like their boys. Always should be someone you really love. Girls who are boys, who like boys to be girls, who do boys like their girls, who do girls like their boys. Always should be someone you really love.
pushing me aside and I can't break through. There's no talking to you. So sad that you're leaving. Takes time to believe it. But after all is said and done, you're gonna be the lonely one. Oh, do you believe in love after love? I can feel something inside myself. I really don't think you're strong enough now.
So we're gonna get started, so please have a seat. On va commencer, merci de vous asseoir. Please, let's get started. We're already 20 minutes late. Please, everyone, have a seat so that we can get started. As long as I have my panelists, we're going to get started. So please, let's close the doors and get started. Everyone was talking about investment. Now the talk is about
sit around and wait for you, and I can't do that. There's no turning back. I need
Can we please close the door so we can get started?
move on. I need love to feel strong. 'Cause I've had time to think it through, and maybe I'm too good for you.
Those who are in the room, please have a seat. So I'm going to start calling our speakers. So this panel will be talking about investment.
Inside myself, I really don't.
¿Me quedo así? Ok, gracias. Okay. So since this morning, we kept on talking about financing and investment, and we know that if companies want to grow, we really need, well, investment and funds. So I'm going to start by calling our first speaker, Ms. Laetitia Grimaud. She's the General Counsel at Day2X Group. Nora, please come ahead. So just a quick thing about Laetitia. So she studied originally in France when she obtained a business law degree from University Paris 2. We have a lot of lawyers today. She then moved to the UK where she obtained... Please, I'm talking. I'm introducing our speakers. Sorry. Some reason, thank you. She then spent over 2 years in New York working for a third-party litigation fund. After that, she was hired at Licklaters in London, where she qualified as a capital markets lawyer. She later moved to Natixis in debt capital markets and took the initiative to specialize herself in blockchain, also joining the digital assets team. There, she was highly involved in Project Jura, initiative to test cross-border settlements using wholesale CBDC and many other important blockchain-related projects. She finally joined forces with Don and Theodore, two traders at a market in Amsterdam, to build D2X, where she became co-founder and general counsel. I want to also call now Ms. Joëlle Yesbeck. She's the regional coordinator for the Beirut ICC UNESCO Center for Entrepreneurship for the MENA region. She is the ICC UNESCO Center for Entrepreneurship for the MENA regions, an initiative co-led by the International Chamber of Commerce and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Launching her career in entrepreneurship within the nonprofit sector, Joëlle had led the Pan-Arab chapter of the MIT Enterprise Forum, delivering vision, strategic direction, and strong leadership to the overall organization. Next, we have Ms. Imen Maharzi, founder and CEO of Own Your Cash. She's a senior advisor, entrepreneur, orthogonal thinker, personal and business transformation catalyst. Then we have also Ms. Aida Kandil, the founder of MyTindi. Quick note about her. Here we go. She's located in Morocco. She's an impact-driven entrepreneur and CEO of MyTindi.com and marketplace for artisans to sell their product. She lived in Europe and North America before deciding to go back to Morocco to disrupt the way people buy and sell handcrafts. She gives power back to artisans so they can generate a stable revenue and have better economic opportunities. And we should have also online Ms. Ihsan Iraki, product manager from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Okay, so let's get started. At least now you know who are our speakers. And actually, I want to start with Laetitia. We keep on talking about finance, and we have Laetitia, who actually raised this year $5.5 million, and you're also in a new investment round. Could you share with us a bit your journey and experience, and maybe even give us some good practices on how we can raise funds, which I think this would be also very interesting for our audience. Laura.
This one works? Okay. So yeah, hello everyone. So we've been lucky enough, it's true, to raise two funding rounds over the last year and a half. We've raised a little bit over 5.5 million euros with angel investors, venture capital firms, but also strategic investors. And I've been very grateful for that because it's been a very wonderful journey. Meeting with investors is not something I used to do in my former professional life. I used to be a business lawyer and a lawyer in investment banking. So we don't usually come across this type of people. So it was really, really interesting. The advice I would give, one very small advice is about the deadline that you put on your fundraising. It seems really a really simple advice, but it really makes a difference to put a deadline. It forces you to focus on your fundraising, but it also puts some pressure on the investors. And at times you will see that it's quite needed and quite useful. The second advice I would give, and that's a much more important one, is about the relevance of your investors. So your first instinct when you raise funds is to go to big names VCs, very renowned VCs in the US or in the UK, in Europe, and not really thinking about what those people can bring. So my advice here is to really think about what the fund or what the investors can bring to my business. So for example, for us, we're an exchange, we're a trading platform. So we need, who do we need on the platform? Who are our clients? So those are asset managers, banks, market makers, prime brokers. So what about having them on the cap table? Because these people can bring a lot. They can bring money, but they can be a client from day one. So they can bring liquidity on the exchange. They can bring money being clients, but because they're clients, they are well positioned to also give feedback and give an input on your business and how we build the infrastructure. So that's very important to think. Of course, this will depend on each of your business and it depends on what you're building, but you really need to think about what are these people bringing to me. And if you need to turn to VCs, because there's no strategic investor, then think about what is this VC bringing to me? Can he make any introduction? Can he advise? Can he give good advice on the business, on the product? Because maybe they've worked in this field before. I don't know. But they have to bring something to your business. That's very, very important. Just don't run through a big VC because it's a big VC. And my last but not least advice would be just get in bed with people you trust. You need to trust the investor who's coming in. They need to have aligned interest. They need to have your best interest and the best interest of the company at heart, and not necessarily their return on investment. And in difficult times, you will see that that is a very, very valuable thing to have. And we'll be very grateful to have investors that have been on our side along the way. And that's really something you need to think about if you are currently raising funds or if you will raise funds.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Laetitia. And I think it does sound as basic, like you said, that it's relevant, that it have to be relevant, but this is so key. I do believe as entrepreneurs, when you're raising money, it's not about just going and raising and going to any VC to go, because yes, then you might get a lot of no's because they're not relevant, because they are not interested in your company or your project, not because it is not interesting, but just because it's not in their portfolio, as easy as that. And I think very good advice saying also that it's not just also about the money, because the business is not just the money if you don't have also the strategy, if you don't have the network, it's beyond that. So making sure that they add value beyond only the finance. I want to keep just talking a bit more, because you said how you're in the blockchain and we know you have experience in capital investment. Can you tell us more about, from your experience, women representation in those both sectors of the blockchain investment, and what is needed potentially to attract more interest in investment in women in tech?
So unfortunately, in blockchain, we don't have many women. It's a new technology and a very complex technology, and unfortunately, women are not here yet in numbers. On investment side, it's the same. We don't have many women. And as you will probably notice, it's a chicken and egg game, right? So if you don't have enough women on the investment side, then you don't have enough money flowing to startups that have been founded by women. So how do we solve that? Well, first of all, on the tech ecosystem and the blockchain ecosystem, a lot of initiatives are being launched. So for example, women in blockchain, so women in tech, women in fintech, and for the blockchain side, women in blockchain, women in Web3, women in DeFi. So many initiatives have been launched in the past few months that really help women get into this field. So I think that's very important, and that's being made at the moment. I try to contribute as much as I can. I participate to panels. I'm going to a Women in Crypto panel next week. I was at a conference a month ago in Paris. So I think we really need to contribute more to these initiatives and make them live. On the investment side, we also need a mirror to that, and that's also the case. So on the investment side, more and more VCs promote women, and that's very important. And on another side, you have more and more VCs funds being created and dedicated to the investments in startup where the founders are women. So we need all of this together. This needs to interact together so that we have more women founders, more women on the investment side, and this all comes together, and there are more women in all of these fields. One thing I would like to point out also, we didn't really touch upon that, but what we really need to do on a personal note is get together, and as Alba said this morning, we need to see in order to be able to believe it. And I think that some women, not talking about little girls like for dance or other stuff, but it's as a woman, we have reality to face. Like we have families, and sometimes you have a nice job, very well paid, comfortable, and you think, why on earth would I leave that to just do a risky entrepreneur job? Why would I do that? And maybe I would not be able to combine my family life and my entrepreneur life because it needs a lot of dedication. So I think getting together with women who do it and share experience with them so that they show you that this is possible. This is in fact possible. You can run a multi-million company and have children and be a good mom. It's possible. And if you don't believe it's possible, then no one is doing it. So please come together, share experience, and just do it.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Laetitia. And I want to go to two others of our speaker. One of them actually, to get it actually from the other perspective, from the other region. So I want to go to Haida from the southern perspective. Did you get to raise funds for your company? And what would you say, or could you tell us a bit the situation about raising funds in Morocco?
Hi, everyone. We're happy to be here. Yes, we actually just raised our first round. So very happy about that. I would say that we tried to understand the VC ecosystem from the day we started our business, just before COVID. And basically, since we started, we were always like in contact with VC, trying to understand. And what I realized is that when you start pitching to VCs, basically, there's a big of an imbalance, right? Because you're the one asking, and they're the one in front of you who want or don't want to give you funds. So you're in, I would say, in a position that I was not comfortable in, which was a position that was not equal. I was like, if I want to find people that are going to be in my company, I need to have it on like an equal stand. And so I kind of stopped looking for VC at a certain point because it was super time consuming, and I was like, maybe that's not the right thing for me, right? And I met someone, an entrepreneur from Kenya who is amazing, and she told me, Aida, go for the free money now, right? And that's what I started doing. I was like, okay, like maybe VC is not the way to go at the beginning, because if you want like an equal relationship, it's not gonna happen. And when I started looking at business angels, it was different, but it was, the business ecosystem in Morocco is developing, but it's still not there yet. And so like, it's so imbalanced, right? And I'm a woman and my co-founder is a man, right? And we were very strategic about who would be in the face of the company in front of who. And that's something that you have to think about, right? Like, you have to play on your skills, I think, at the beginning when you're still no one, and don't go against the flow, and be like, okay, like, Shakib, for disappointment, I think you should be the one. And then when things go well and we start getting in, like, we'll manage, right? So I think that's the first thing. And it may go against some of what we're thinking, but actually, it's something that I saw on Shark Tank, and they said, do something and then think about the impact, but like get your foot in the door and then prove your point, right? Because there's no point in proving your point before you enter, because nobody's gonna listen, right? But you have to be comfortable with that at a certain point. Like, don't, I would say, like, don't compromise yourself. You still have to be aligned, right? Anyway, and sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so she was telling me, like, go for the free money. And that's what we actually started doing. We were going for the free money. And this, it's grants, right? Like, we're women. I'm from Africa. Like, we have to go for the free money and look where there's impact. And actually, the good thing about grants at the beginning is that they give you support, because they want the grant to have an impact. So they're going to tell you, like, okay, you need to do this, but you need to prove what you've done. So they hold you accountable. But it's not a position where the VC is going to be like super mad because you didn't do anything. No, they're going to actually help you do this. And I think that was the least resistant path for me to start like getting traction for my company and then started raising. So that's what I wish I had learned way earlier in my entrepreneurship journey, is that VC may not be the good idea at the beginning. Go for the free money, and when you get traction and when you go start seeing VC, they're like, what you're doing is actually interesting. Then it starts to be interesting for the both of you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Thank you so much, Aida. Thank you so much. And I think it's so key what you said, because each company has its own journey. So the person you will talk to, the ecosystem you will build, it won't be always at the same. And I think it's just a journey. And there is also a very important thing. We're talking about a network that Womenpreneur is pushing, like in the Mediterranean region. We all have all these cultural differences. All our countries are going to be different. They're not going to react. And while we want to revolution also takes time. And there, as you said, there's no point of trying to push a door when you actually can just at least put your feet in the door, and then little by little, because unfortunately for some of us and some of our countries, there's an education that comes with it. And it's not always to the entrepreneurs to take that burden to have to educate the VC why they should invest, but it is something that will have to come. And as you said, it's like proving your point. I want to actually go to Imen. And I love it, like the little comments. How, from actually also what you heard from our panel and also your experience, how do you feel like women are affected during the venture capital funding, especially in the investment process? And what tip can be done potentially to improve the process and the ecosystem?
I think we could spend just an hour commenting on the two stories that we just heard. There is so much goodness to extract from the stories. First, I would like to know the audience, because depending on who the people are, I'm not going to say the same things. Can you raise your hands if you are an entrepreneur or considering becoming one? Please. Okay. Who has a tech-enabled company? So using platforms, technology, but you're not developing it. Okay. Who has a deep tech company, like developing R&D, hard stuff, funky stuff? Okay. Something that nobody understands yet, but it's going to be massive. Okay. And who wants to develop a business which will go across its country's borders and reach for the stars? Who wants to do that? No, not necessarily everyone. So just, okay. Okay, good. Okay. I know. No, but someone said everyone, and I said not necessarily. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
bear in mind there's lunch and networking and
So,
go further.
the first comment I would like to make is that, and to build on what you shared, I think that you would take advantage of being tactical in your way of finding money. And tactical doesn't mean that you make compromises. And for the people who know me, Sana and Shiraz, I'm not a person of compromise, and I paid a heavy cost for that. But depending on your own personality and journey, being tactical means finding at this stage of your business how and why this type of resource, a funding resource, may be useful for you. Most of your companies will probably be financed by grants, sure, your own money, your banks, probably your family or your friends, hopefully, inshallah, for you, angel investors, and for Epsilon, for a very small amount of you, I'm sorry to say that, but these are statistics, by VCs, clearly. So when you think about it this way, I will reframe your question, Shiraz, and probably share one or two facts or tips to consider when you're, moving ahead in the development of your business. The first thing is that whenever you open a conversation with someone who is about to have an exchange of money with you. A bank is going to have an exchange of money with you because you will pay him or her interest, of course. An angel investor will have an exchange of money with you because they will invest and they will expect something in return. Not necessarily a big return, financial return. They can expect impact, etc. An accelerator or an incubator, they may have free money, but they will expect you to push their brand, to push the limits of whatever support they can give you, and so they have an exchange in return. To be clear about what you're ready to accept and where you want to take your company, to me, is very important. And what it means is that to be super clear on the figures and on the type of company you want to develop. If you feel like you want to develop a 1 million, 10 million, 100 million in your own currency type of business, it's going to mean proving along the way to all these people, one step after the other, building trust through your figures. And I'm sorry to lay it out for you. It won't be just on the fact that you're committed and you have a vision. It's not enough because yes, that's the reality, and it's not only in the southern Mediterranean, it's the same in the northern part of the Mediterranean, it's the same in the US. Women are massively underfunded, even though their businesses are absolutely great. So you will need to make your case, and you will need to prove it, right? And so that's why Aida's case was really interesting, but she said, hey, I took the grants, I pushed my project forward, and I showed the receipts. Like I showed that I proved I was able to go from stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3. Maybe a man-led business, they would have been financed at stage 1. Yes, it's unfair. Yes, it's tough. Malish, just move forward, okay? So that's the first thing. Know your figures and be clear about what type of business you want to build, because the type of financing will follow. Being financed by a bank means that you will be able to prove very quickly that you will be able to reimburse the cash you borrowed. Being funded by grants means that you will be able to show and deliver the impact that you promised. Being funded by your clients means that, and being funded by clients means having prepayments. And it's not a fantasy. It's true business women, true talented business women I support and I advise and I invested in. Even from big corporates, and never forget that probably your best allies in this whole story is the corporates with deep pockets, which have big needs and who needs your ideas, your talents, your solutions through their business. Okay? So asking for prepayment, it's also a way for you to finance things that banks or angel investors or grants won't finance, aka salaries. Salaries, because no bank will finance you with salaries, ever, in no country at all. Grants sometimes, but on specific projects, and angel investors with a lot of care. So basically, it's your customers who will pay for your salaries, which means pushing pushing the type of service and the type of business and building it as much as you can with your customers. So it may sound odd from a finance person to tell you that your customers may be your best financiers, but it's the reality for most of you. I'm sorry, it's the reality for most of you. Third point that I really like to mention, both of you, you said that you were grateful for your investors, and this is, and I admire you and I applaud you for that, because it's not something that so many people recognize publicly. But many people take for granted the fact that whenever they have an idea and they start a business, then they will get financing. So making a point about proving again your case and proving that your ambition and your business plan and your projections are not just realistic, because many women know that honestly we can't afford to lose, we can't afford to fail. That's the reality again of many societies, when we're not allowed to fail as badly as men, and that's a shame. And so generally, the business plans that are showed by women are less ambitious, less, at least on the paper. They're more realistic, they're more solid, but they're less ambitious. So to own this ambition, a very concrete tip is to show whenever you see a bank, whenever you see an angel investors, not a grants, because you don't want to frighten them, but angel investors and possibly VCs as well, is to show them scenarios. This is your main case scenario. I will do that no matter what. I will. Best case scenario, great case scenario, probably the one that the VC or the bank will see as sexier. Maybe that's the main case scenario of your male colleague. Probably it will be the one. But that's okay. So you don't need to become, excessively daring or excessively ambitious, or even thinking that you're lying to the person who is putting trust in you by showing different scenarios, and then you will deliver. You were saying that there was a difference in power, in the power dynamics. This is so true. And the way to rebalance the power dynamics is to make one step after the other, because every step of the way, the first employee, your first business contract, your first patent, your second business contract, your first million, all these things will rebalance the power dynamics. And maybe you won't even have to share your capital, to open your capital, and maybe you will just have to go through banks or through your customers. So yeah, and open to any questions at the end of the session, because I know we rush on time.
But thank you so much, Ian, because I think first, those were very concrete tips. And the second thing that I want to say is that I know Sana and Dr. Bouraoui and a lot of people talked about dreams, and we're dreamers, and there's a lot of things that we want to do. There's this dream of this network. But at the end of the day, it's also you are entrepreneurs, or you want to become entrepreneurs. And at the end of the day, that means businesses. That means businesses that do exist and that have each in different steps. And I think it is so important, like you said, that there's one step at a time. And it's a long-term game. It is not just a...
And one final comment. I'm absolutely passionate and committed for 10 years now on social businesses and social impact, environmental impact businesses. Whatever I said earlier is even more true for mission-driven founders. Just dreaming of changing the life of your beneficiaries doesn't make the cut, is not enough. You need to show, even on small scale, that you're able to make the impact that you're actually pretending, so that you will get to build the trust that if we put an extra 100 in your company, then you will be able to deploy extra 1,000 for your impact. Because with your own small means, you already managed to do this, or to understand better than the others the reality of the problem and to prototype a solution. So even more so for social business or mission-driven founders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And one thing, though, that is key, and we talked about it, is people need to know that you exist. People need to know that there are businesses in tech that are led by women. And this is why I want to come to Joelle and ask her, what do you think it is needed to ensure that more people are interested in tech companies that are led by women? And what could be done, because we're talking about the region, not only one country, but how can we ensure that we improve the ecosystem so that we can improve the visibility of both women who are companies that are led by women entrepreneur in the tech sphere, and also.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for the question, Shiraz. Actually, what I'm going to say is building on what my fellow panelists they have mentioned, and also on the conversations that have been happening since the morning. So, and I'm going to summarize it into 3 points. So, first of all, so every time I speak to the very few women investors that are either investing as angel investors or VCs in the region, I hear them on a regular basis saying that we get to see way more male-founded startups than female-founded startups. And for me here, pipeline is an issue. And when we say pipeline, we're looking at, a qualitative deal flow and quantitative deal flow. And the best way to go about that is through the business support organizations. You've been doing amazing work, with your capacity building programs, your training programs, that are specifically tailored for women. Keep on doing what you're doing. And we hope that you can even multiply your impact and outreach by 10 and 20 and 30 times over for next year and over the next few years, because it's only through success stories and that are going to lead to role models, and this way it's the only way that we can basically have more women are going to feel encouraged to join the startup scene. And we've talked a lot about role models during the morning. Point number 2, I'm going to build on the percentage that Sana mentioned in her opening speech this morning, which is the staggering 2% of investments that women-led startups receive in the MENA region. And then I'm going to link it to what Dr. Sukaina said. So how are we supposed to increase that percentage? And my fellow panelist here, Leticia, mentioned in a way or another that if we were to move the needle on funding decisions, we have to move the needle on the people that are making those decisions. And today, women are critically underrepresented in the VC investment community. And a lot of research, there are reports by Babson College, reports by the Kaufman Foundation, they all say that women are at least 2 times more likely to invest in female founded startups. So next time we organize a panel on investment in tech entrepreneurship, we need to make sure that at least 50% of the panelists are women VCs. So this way we get to hear their perspectives and their stories. And it's just that last week, if you go over TechCrunch, it happened that I read it on TechCrunch, is that a new fund called the Pact Fund was started by 3 female partners. It's an early stage fund, targeting Asia and Europe, and it's being backed by the actress Anne Hathaway, who happens to be also a UN Women Goodwill Ambassador. And I think that's a great start to bridging the gender gap in investment and, getting the way started to more inclusive investments in entrepreneurship. With this, I move to my final point, which is related more about to the ecosystem. So when we say startup ecosystem, for me, it's a mini representation of the country or the region, or the state that are representing. So if we're to look at the last few years and think of countries that have really taken strides in supporting and promoting economic empowerment for women, you could think of the United Arab Emirates and you could think of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, it's because of the 2030 vision that has really a key pillar to empower women, and the UAE, who has, I think in 2021, late 2021, has mandated an equal pay a policy, in the private sector. And, when you have this as a top priority at the very high level, it's going to ripple down into, and it's going to be translated into inclusive policies, into equitable labor laws, into inclusive legislations, rules and regulations and reforms. And this is going to positively impact the economic inclusiveness of women in business, not only in business, but also in the entrepreneurship scene. So I'm going to stop here, hand it over back to you, and I'm happy to answer any question you have.
Thank you so much. And I think it's so important. I love because we're talking about ecosystem. We're talking. I go back to what Laura said also about the chicken and the egg, because you need the one to have the other, and vice versa. And while we don't have a VC with us today, we do have online Ihsan Iraqi, as I mentioned, who's a project manager at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. You wanted to say something, Joe?
One small comment.
Go
okay,
ahead,
so
before I
it's
ask the question.
so what we just said, yeah. So what I just said is not either or. These three things, they have to work in common, because we're talking about ecosystem. So we're talking multi-stakeholder, multilateral cooperation and collaboration in order to get to the achieved women economic empowerment and entrepreneurship.
No, but I think it's great that you highlighted this point, because I think that all the initiatives we're talking about, all the efforts that you're doing, there's a lot of work that have to be done in parallel. You cannot start with one to wait for the other. It's something that has to go together to really actually make a change. Ihsan, I come back to you. And I wanted to ask you, so as I mentioned, you're the project manager of European Bank for Reconstruction and Development program of the Women in Business in Morocco. Could you tell us, what do you think has been the catalyst for more interest actually in investing in women in tech, and to make those investments truly impactful for financial inclusion and independence of women?
Hi everyone, happy to be here with you. Not physically though, but I'm happy to be here. Happy to see Aida, who is talking about how she can join and be supported by fundings, because actually we're supporting her through our program, and I'm going to explain how. So basically, the BRD is the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and this program is meant to support women entrepreneurs. And to the question you're saying, this is the way we try to listen to the needs of the women entrepreneurs in general, and those in tech in particular, and see how we could support them further. So we developed and launched, actually this week, a new program, 10 million euro funding program for women entrepreneurs, through different, so it's a blended program for both tech, advisory and financial support, and this goes to support women entrepreneurs in their different phases of development, be them through training, be them through mentoring, coaching, financial support through the partner banks locally, mentoring with the international structures who are supporting women entrepreneurs in tech, namely we work with Endeavor, but other incubators as well. And the objective of this program is basically to give support whenever it's needed in the paths of women entrepreneurs. So when they start, they might need more mentors. When they want to leverage their development and find new partners, we can help them with advisory and cover the costs of the experts. We can help them then finance and talk with partners, either for direct equity or financing loans. And so at different stages of development of the company, we're here to support. And this is, we've been building this program together with women entrepreneurs and with associations representing women entrepreneurs. We introduced a new incentive for the financing that is digital. So basically, we encourage companies who are developing this tech parts or working with companies who are having this tech part to give an incentive up to $30,000 or euros of grants in the funding. I'm happy to be here today and just be able to explain what we do, because sometimes it's not enough to be able to talk locally. It's important to say how we work together with international institutions in different countries, and how different women entrepreneurs in different countries can benefit from. So basically, on your question, to be back, what we do is to try to leverage the network, and network is very important. Because sometimes you get to know what you want to do in your core business, but anything that is transverse to your core business, you want to be able to find the connections, the contacts, the tools, sometimes for free, sometimes where they've been given you because structures are developing these platforms and to support you in these developments. But what is most important is that it is always of core value to make sure that you get the network that you need whenever you want to develop in your core business. So when you want to develop structures in some industries, for instance, we try to connect internationally with experts in this field and give you the acknowledgement or the contacts or the access to markets. And we work a lot on go-to-market strategies as well that you need. So please contact us, see how we can support you further. Whatever the country you're in, we work in the CMED region in general. We have these programs a bit in different countries. So we're here to support women entrepreneurs specifically and try to leverage and scale up those in tech. That's it.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ihsan. And I'm going to give a gift to all of you here, because we're so good in time that you're going to be able to ask questions to the panelists. And we know how that was the most, I wouldn't say the most, but one of the topics that you all were interested in. So there's specific rules, I would say. You would give your name, what you do, and give a specific question that could help you, but also help the people that are here. So I want to open the floor to the questions to the audience. I have many questions. I can go long, like very long time, but I wanted for you to take this opportunity. So any questions? Yes, please, Maria. No, please.
So I am still Maria, and I work in advocacy, communication, and I help technology startups, not only led by women, but also by men, in their narrative and all of that. Regarding the fundings, I have a question. I think women, we are ready to go, really ready to go without mental charge, if we have a kids and these kind of things, around 40. When we are 40, we are really free to go. But when we are looking for funding, there's always in the private and public sector, or most of the time, a limit of age. So we can have public fundings until 40 or 35, or do you know if there is any initiative to change that, to increase the limit of age?
Okay.
Hey, thank you for the question about age. I don't have any ideas on how to change the age limits. Just want to mention the fact that there is a lot of ageism, so discrimination against more experienced women and men, to be honest, when it comes to entrepreneurship, which is crazy because of the statistics on the success and the survival rates of entrepreneurs who develop businesses after their 40s is way higher than the typical 20-ish dropouts from whatever US school. So that's kind of funny. So no particular idea. I think that one tip though is that if you're 40 and above, it means that you have a professional network that you can tap into to be your first crowdfunding / baby angel, micro angel investors, probably because they know you, they trust you, they worked with you, and even on first or second level, they can add you, and bring you the first 50, 100, 500K that you will need to start your business.
Thank you. Joël.
Yeah, just a comment. I think it's if I may say, it's a very stupid criteria when you put an age limit, when it comes to VCs, because the best interest for VCs is to look into projects that have the highest return on investment, be it if you were 20 or you were 40 or even if you were 80. So I think it's just very irrelevant, and definitely we need to work on, raising awareness about this more.
Right. I don't know if Ihsan had a comment. No. So we'll have one here, one here, one here, one here. It's coming to you. Go ahead.
So I'm Lara Makaron. I'm a business consultant from Lebanon. And because I'm coming from Lebanon, I want to share with you what's happening really as financing in Lebanon. So the banking sector is paralyzed because we have a severe financial and economic crisis. We cannot open accounts. Either we cannot access to loans. And even angel investors or VCs or any one that would like to invest in Lebanon, they are afraid because of the situation. They don't trust the companies or all the situation in Lebanon. Even the grants are limited, whether in kind or etc. So what could be the solution to help the entrepreneurs, whether women or men or SMEs, in order to move forward in their business in our situation? I don't know from your experience if you can suggest anything.
Men, go ahead.
Thank you. Is it working? Yes. Again, have you looked at the free money in Lebanon, the initiatives, any NGOs that are here to support? I don't know, like, if there's a lot of, because I know you don't have access to loan, but are there any initiatives? I think Ihsan said that, like, for example, the Bird is supporting women in Lebanon. So, yeah, they are, right?
Yes, yes, indeed, we do. We have the same program there.
Okay.
Yes. So this is what I'm doing. I'm surviving in Lebanon as a pre-seed startup because I can't access money or banking or anything, or even go to Europe because of the visa.
Yeah, I know. It's super hard for Lebanese now to get a visa.
Yes. So thank you for raising this, because we have this problem. Financing is a big question to us in our continuation, and I've come to the conclusion that I really need to move to Europe. And my hardware startup is pretty complicated. But actually, it tackles many European goals, EU goals, that we can actually, that's how we can go to Europe with it.
Yeah.
So
maybe Ihsan, she wants to add on because she's online with us.
What are the
and
keys?
she could
The keys to Europe.
also answer.
Basically, what international institutions do is work either in incubators with funds. So we finance funds to support women entrepreneurs. Particularly, we support banks to support women entrepreneurs directly, and we support women entrepreneurs directly for technical support. So financing is not enough. We need to give finance, but also technical assistance. So we definitely have this program in Lebanon. I can give you later the contacts of my colleagues there. And you can reach out to them and see how you can get support, either by technical assistance or financial assistance, and see how they can help you, because we're there to help.
Perfect, thank you. The lady with the glasses.
Thank you. Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Joana Lima, je suis députée du Parlement portugais et je suis présidente des femmes de l'Assemblée parlementaire de Méditerranée et du Golfe. Au Forum des femmes parlementaires, d'Assemblée parlementaire de Méditerranée et du Golfe, nous pensons que la numérisation mène à la justice, à l'inclusion et à l'égalité. Nous pensons également que nos efforts sont bien ciblés sur la réduction du fossé numérique entre les hommes et les femmes. Et je veux proposer deux questions que je pense que sont très importantes sur les régions plus pauvres. Dans quelle mesure les nouvelles technologies peuvent contribuer à réduire la pauvreté, à aider les plus défavorisés, en particulier les femmes et les filles des régions les plus pauvres et les plus reculées. Et aussi, nous avons vu avec la pandémie que l'accès aux moyens de technologie a configuré un facteur d'aggravation des inégalités sociales. Alors, comment rendre les moyens de technologie accessibles à tous? Merci, et je veux dire féliciter pour l'organisation et pour l'excellent moment que nous vivons ici aujourd'hui. Merci à tous.
Merci beaucoup.
Je peux répondre si vous voulez?
Oui, alors je vais vous donner la parole, et pour dire, we're going to have a panel on tech, so they will be also to answer the question. Ihsan, go ahead.
Peut-être que je devrais répondre en français. En fait, effectivement, c'est important ce que vous soulignez. Et en tant qu'institution internationale, nous essayons beaucoup de travailler dans les régions excentrées et accompagner les personnes dites défavorisées, ou en tout cas qui ont moins accès à ces programmes. Donc, je vais vous donner un exemple. On a piloté dans la région sud du Maroc un programme pour accompagner les coopératives qui, pendant la période Covid, n'avaient pas du tout accès aux différentes plateformes pour vendre leurs produits. Et nous avons pris en charge et ramené un expert dédié qu'ils accompagnaient pendant plusieurs mois. Et l'idée, c'était qu'ils essaient de développer des plateformes e-commerce directement pour leurs propres produits et pouvoir vendre en ligne, vu que c'était le Covid et qu'elles ne pouvaient pas se déplacer, et que les boilers étaient fermés. Et donc, il y avait vraiment elles faisaient face à beaucoup de difficultés. Donc, ces programmes-là sont vraiment aimed at, qui vise en fait à accompagner les personnes qui sont excentrées ou en des difficultés pour pouvoir accéder à ces programmes. Donc on va beaucoup dans les régions, on va beaucoup vers ces personnes qui ont besoin d'appui, on travaille avec les coopératives, mais aussi les associations qui les représentent pour justement rassembler, fédérer, créer des réseaux et donner accès à des choses qui n'auront pas eu accès séparément. Donc très sensible à votre point, et effectivement c'est important et nous essayons d'y pallier. Merci.
I'm going to give to Imen and Aida, then one question.
Très bonne question. Et Hassan, hyper intéressant ce projet, je pense qu'on devrait en parler, parce que, en fait, c'est... Non, pas du tout. C'est parce qu'on aide aussi les coopératives du Maroc, donc ce serait cool de voir comment on peut travailler dessus. Je pense que, outre les organismes qui sont très importants, je pense que les startups aussi ont un rôle à jouer là-dedans. Les startups ont aussi un rôle à jouer là-dedans. Nous, avec en fait MyTindy, on supporte les artisans ruraux dans leur digitalisation et la vente en ligne de leurs produits. Et en fait, on se rend compte que la plupart du temps, dans notre expérience, c'est juste un souci de formation et d'accès au marché. Donc, c'est des personnes qu'on veut, en fait, la pire solution serait peut-être de les délocaliser, mais au contraire de les ancrer dans leur territoire, mais de leur donner des solutions pour développer économiquement leur activité à partir de leur territoire. Et pour ça, il faut des infrastructures comme une connexion Internet et des transports. Donc, que les marchandises, par exemple, moi je travaille dans l'artisanat, donc que les marchandises puissent circuler. À partir de ce moment, il y a beaucoup de startups à impact qui œuvrent et qui collaborent avec des organismes internationaux, parce que, en fait, les organismes internationaux et les startups sont complémentaires. Les organismes sont à but non lucratif. Les startups sont à but lucratif. Et c'est pas mauvais, parce que les organismes vont former, et nous, on va former avec, mais après, nous, on va donner l'accès au marché, parce qu'on aligne les intérêts et on a envie de générer du revenu, parce que quand ils génèrent du revenu, nous aussi, on en génère. Donc, quand on arrive à créer un écosystème comme ça, qui est entre les NGO et les startups ou les entreprises, et je dis start-up parce que c'est plus agile et c'est dans les populations plus rurales, il y a besoin de beaucoup d'agilité pour pouvoir justement s'adapter. Et donc voilà, donc mon point c'est ça, c'est vraiment, oui, il faut aller vers les NGO, mais il faut aussi que les NGO, les populations rurales et les start-up collaborent ensemble pour créer un écosystème qui, en fait, adresse toute la chaîne de valeur. Parce que il y a beaucoup d'initiatives qui adressent un segment, une qui adresse l'autre, mais il faut consolider les efforts, parce que sinon c'est des efforts qui sont gâchés, parce qu'on a quelqu'un qui va travailler tout seul sur la formalisation, quelqu'un qui va travailler tout seul sur la formation, et après on se rend compte qu'il n'y a pas d'accès au marché. Donc en fait, ces personnes, elles ont été formées, elles ont eu une formation, par exemple, pour apprendre à mieux coudre ou à mieux développer leur business. Moi, j'ai vu des coopératives qui ont même reçu des investissements pour avoir des machines à coudre qui coûtent beaucoup d'argent, mais après, il n'y a pas de clients derrière. Donc, en fait, c'est très important de s'unir pour créer un écosystème viable et que, en fait, tous les acteurs de la chaîne aient un bon retour sur investissement, même si il y en a qui sont à but non lucratif, le retour sur investissement est très important pour créer des efforts qui valent la peine et pour que quand les organisations vont chez des bailleurs de fonds, elles disent, ben voilà, nous, grâce à nous, on a investi 100 000 euros, mais derrière, ces populations ont généré 1 million d'euros. Donc, clairement, il faut continuer à soutenir nos initiatives parce que elles sont rentables. Donc, voilà, en fait, ce que je voulais vraiment highlight, c'est créer un écosystème sustainable au sein même de l'impact social. Merci.
Imen, commentaire rapide pour comprendre.
Super. On sent la passion de Mission Driven Founders, j'adore. Des financiers traditionnels pourraient considérer que c'est trop idéaliste, que le fait de pas avoir directement des clients à qui vendre son projet, c'est pas suffisant ou c'est pas un business sérieux, et que avoir une entreprise qui a pour vocation à réduire les inégalités sociales, économiques, territoriales, c'est pas une vraie entreprise. Et donc, l'une des originalités de ce type d'entreprise, c'est précisément d'avoir des modèles économiques de coopération, des modèles économiques où une entreprise donnée ne travaille pas toute seule. Et je pense qu'il y a beaucoup d'éducation à faire du côté des financeurs pour leur dire que oui, le bottom of pyramid, ça existe, que oui, on peut travailler ensemble à plusieurs entreprises, ONG, fondations, institutions, etc., acteurs publics, et que non, c'est pas un mot sale que d'avoir un modèle économique dit hybride. Rien que le mot hybride, il est bizarre. Bah non, c'est juste un modèle économique. Mais merci pour la question. Merci pour la question, madame.
Merci. Donc, on va prendre les deux dernières questions. David et la jeune fille qui est là. Et après, je suis désolée parce qu'on a plus énormément de temps. Et pendant le déjeuner, n'hésitez pas. Donc, je prends les deux questions et comme ça, on donnera la réponse.
Hi, my name is Munir Nabti, and I'm part of an organization based in Lebanon, but we're now working to support entrepreneurs across the Middle East and Africa. It was part of our goal to have equal participation in our programs for many years, and there were in-person programs running them out of a shared, co-working and collaboration space in Beirut. And we thought we were doing pretty well, reaching 30%, 35% participation of women. But we were only able to really reach 50% when we started experimenting with new models, shifting online, shifting to models that are hybrid, so online, offline, but also hybrid, synchronous, asynchronous. And we're able to reach that 50%. It's now around 51% participation of women in our programs. And we're trying to continue that experimentation and work in the region. And we're running now programs supporting women-led social enterprises in the Middle East and Africa. There were over 1,200 applicants to that program. And of course, it's very difficult providing support to 1,200 teams. But I'm wondering if you folks have ideas, if people have ideas about scale. How can we reach scale in these efforts? What kind of innovations, of approaches, leveraging technology, et cetera, so that we can really massively expand and hopefully actually hit these ambitious targets of 50% participation of women in our programs, in our economies, et cetera.
Perfect. We're going to take the question of the lady, quick question so that we have quick answer. We wrap up. And again, we're going to have the lunch afterwards. Please go ahead and ask them all the questions.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Yusra. I'm from Morocco. I've been an entrepreneur like the last 3 years, and it's been a very difficult journey. So actually, I want to share a little bit about Morocco because I feel like you've been talking about NGOs and incubator and this kind of organization. But from my experience, I think like they are more looking for stories to share. For example, like a poor woman that they gave her like a sewing machine, like you said, and etc. But she doesn't have clients, so there is no demand for this kind of grant. But they do give it to her so they can say, we helped this kind of woman in Morocco. So my point is like I'm very skeptic and skeptical, yes, with the NGOs in Morocco in general. And also my second point, and I'm joining Luna from Lebanon, which is like us as the Southern Mediterranean women, like we don't have access very easily to investment because we are women, because we look young, I guess, because of a lot of stuff. And for example, in my experience, I've been the only founder of my company, so I don't have like a male co-founder with me that can like go to meet investor in my place. So like every time that I go meet investors, like I can feel like in their eyes that they're looking at me like as this young girl who's not like credible. So my question is for Miss D2X. Yes, sorry. Like, I want you to share with us, like, your experience, because, like, as Luna, I'm thinking about going abroad, like, looking for investment in Europe, and maybe after that, like, I can share with the Moroccan people. But, so, like, how did you get your investors, and do you have any idea how we can reach out to this kind of people who are, like, really effective, and, they can help us.
So we have...
What do you do?
I'm an entrepreneur. Okay, so like I launched 2 years ago a marketplace in skincare, Moroccan skincare. So it's a little bit, not really like you, but my vision was to make a Moroccan Sephora, which I put on hold this year. And now I'm like creating a new app to help Moroccan people manage their money, which is still an idea. I didn't launch the app yet, but yes.
Perfect. So we have 3 minutes to answer to 2 questions.
Okay, so very, very quickly, this one. I'm not a very good example, unfortunately, for you, because I am not on my own, I'm not the only founder. I have two co-founders and they are men. So, maybe it's not a good, example. Although I have to say, I did raise the funds, with one of them. So it's the two of us who raised the funds. What really helped for me is my expertise. So we're a regulatory first approach company. We're asking for a very complicated license, and my expertise was really needed. So as a lawyer, and especially in the blockchain ecosystem, like VCs don't understand it. Like when you don't have the expertise and you're the only one to have it, that's really helpful. So maybe try to like gear things towards your expertise. I don't know what it is for your business, but maybe that's something that could really help you. But again, I'm not on my own, so it's just then to access funds. I would say that now funds are more and more international. So before we said that, for example, US funds don't invest in Europe. That was probably true 10 years ago. That's no longer true. They do invest, and I'm sure that you can find VCs who will invest in Morocco. And you are very lucky because more and more, as I said, initiatives for funds that are dedicated to invest in women as founders. So I think that you're in a really good spot, and you should focus on these type of funds.
Perfect, thanks. So regarding the question on scaling up, anyone wants to answer? That's like good to have.
So your question was about how to scale initiative to reach more women, right? From my small experience, because I've attended a lot of programs that were focused on women in general and then like more specific, I think, and this is just my take, you don't have to take it like true value, make it with like an end goal for the program. Like for example, if you work with retail companies, for example, manufacturing companies, maybe you can create programs that have buyers in the end, right? So you make it like these women who enter the program know exactly what they're gonna get at the end if they follow through and they're good and they get the training. Like they have the opportunity to have like buyers in front of them that they're gonna pitch, right? I think that's something that is very important in all the programs that I've seen that the program with the most impact were there with like, you were so motivated because there was a key at the end. There was something that you have the power to get. And for me, it's super hard to. That's my take on it.
Thank you so much.
And to build on that, if your question about scalability is about how to attract more women or how to deliver the same program to more women, I don't know which side of the scalability the question was. But if it's not the difficulty to attract more women, but to deliver to more women with a small budget, 100% with you to have a clear outcome, because most of the time they juggle between so many constraints. So have a clear view on a shorter time frame and a clear value proposition, just like in business, so that they can be also your future ambassadors and be able to prove that your business or your support is worth it, so that you can get more initiatives onboarding and helping you and providing financing. But happy to discuss because I have 2 or 3 ideas for you.
Quick response. From here, because I won't be able to be on the lunch afterwards.
Go ahead, Hassan, we have really to cut. Go ahead.
It's important to get partners locally in different regions. Those people who work with those women entrepreneurs, get to work with them. The associations, the federations, the entrepreneurs represent regions there, because these are your pinpoints to and will help you connect the dots, will help you have information about who and build trust, because some women do not want to go for these programs, don't see what they get from it and what's the impact afterwards on their business, and maybe they think it's too big or not enough, or they're not eligible. And sometimes it's just about communicating, getting the information right, and getting people to explain to them. So these are networks in between who can help you reach those women entrepreneurs.
Thank you. 10 seconds.
Yeah, David, just based on an experience of running an e-commerce acceleration program as part of the UN ESQUA. So most of the women, and it was for a regional program, most of the women are in the informal sector, okay? You don't find them online. So you need to make sure that you go to those rural areas, you knock their door, you know, or you go to the organizations, municipalities inside their areas, because they know them one by one, and try to onboard them, you know, to make them more formal and let them join this tech entrepreneurship train, you know?
Try to keep the time, people. No, but thank you so much. And I know this is such an important topic. So please, we have the lunch. So you have an hour actually, because at 2:15 we have to be back here for the next panel. But I wanted to thank you because definitely it's like case studies. Study what other companies are doing, working about ecosystems. So thank you so much. Quick note, somebody might have lost his phone or her phone, so let us know. And if there's anything, we're going to take the picture of the panel, don't worry. And as always, if there's anything you find inspiring, please share with your network, whether the quotes from the panelists, it's Med Women in Tech, Have Women Initiative, and I'll see you at 2:15. Thank you. Hello, hello. The lunch is at on the 4th floor, Restaurant Cervantes. Sorry, 4th floor, Cervantes Restaurant. So same floor, 4th floor, Cervantes Restaurant. See you at 2:15.
Bit of this, a little bit of that. It started with a kiss, now we're up to bat. A little bit of loss, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my babe, it's all in the scheme of love. tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Oh, because my loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Give me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, how was I supposed to know? Oh, pretty baby, I shouldn't have let you go. baby, baby, the reason I breathe is you. Boy, you've got me blinded. Oh, pretty baby, there's nothing that I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. All because my loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Give me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, how was I supposed to know? Oh, pretty baby, I shouldn't have let you go. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me now. Don't you know I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Give me, baby, one more time. My loneliness is killing me. I must confess, I still believe it. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Give me, baby, one more time. Keep the right ones out, let the wrong ones in. An angel of mercy, see me for all my sins. There were times in my life when I was going insane, trying to walk through the pain. When I lost my grip and I hit the floor, yeah, I thought I could leave but couldn't get out that door. I was so sick and tired of living a lie. I was wishing that I would die. It's amazing, with a blink of an eye you finally see the light. It's amazing, the moment arrives, you know you'll be alright. Yeah, it's amazing. I'ma sing a prayer for the desperate hearts tonight. They will last you to permanent vacation. And how you can fly with a broken wings. Life is a journey, not a destination. And I just can't tell you what tomorrow brings. Haven't learned to grow, for you learn to walk, but I just can't listen to all the riders. I was out on the street, just trying to survive, scratching to say alive. It's amazing,
streets like a jungle, so call the police. Following the heart down to Greece, and holiday love in the 90s. Esperanite on sunny beaches, take your chances. Looking for girls who are boys, who like boys to be girls, who do boys like their girls, who do girls like the boys. Always should be someone you really love. Because there's none available, like battery thinkers. Count your thoughts on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers. Nothing is wasted, only reproduced. Get nasty blisters. Do this ocean that we haven't been introduced to. Who are boys, who like boys to be girls, who do boys like their girls, who do girls like their boys. Always should be someone you really love. Girls who are boys, who like boys to be girls, who do boys like their girls, who do girls like the boys. Always should be someone you really love.
No matter how hard I try, you keep pushing me aside and I can't break through. There's no talking to you. So sad that you're leaving. Takes time to believe it, but after all is said and done, you're gonna be the lonely one. Oh, do you believe in love after love? I can feel something inside myself. I really don't think you're strong enough now. Do you believe in love after love? I can feel something inside myself. I really don't think you're strong enough now. What am I supposed to do? Sit around and wait for you, and I can't do that. There's no turning back. I need time to move on. I need love to feel strong. 'Cause I've had time to think it through, and maybe I'm too good for you. Oh, do you believe in love after love? I can feel something inside myself. I really don't think you're strong enough. shut the light, have your thoughts tonight, and they are enough snow white. Dreams of war, dreams of liars, dreams of dragons, fire, and the things that will bite. Sleep with one eye open, gripping your pillow tight. Exit light, enter night. Take my hand, up to never, never land. Now lay me down to sleep. Pray below my soul to keep. If I die before I wake, pray below my soul to take. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. And never mind that noise you heard. It's just a beast onto your bed, in a closet, in your head. Exit light, enter night. Grain of sound. Exit light, enter night. Take my hand, off to never, never land. Years I'm alive here still, trying to get you a great big hill of road for destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of men, both clever than you. And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed, just to get it all out. It's in my head, and I'm feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside, and I take a deep breath, and I get real high, and I scrape the top of my lungs. What's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I try, oh my God, do I try? I try all the time in this institution, and I pray, oh my God, do I pray every single day.
She has a train going downtown. She's got a clock on the moon, and she's telling all her secrets in a wonderful balloon. She's the heart of the fanfare. She's got me whistling her private tune. And it all begins where it ends. And she's all mine, my magic friend. She says hello, you fool, I love you. Come enjoy the joyride. Enjoy the joyride. She's a flower, I can paint her. She's a child of the sun. We're a part of this together. Could never turn round and round. Don't need no fortune teller to know where my lucky love belongs. Oh no, 'cause it all begins again when it ends. And we're all magic friends. She says hello, you fool, I love you. Come enjoy the joyride. Enjoy the joyride. She says hello, you fool, I love you. Come enjoy the joyride. Be a joyride. Taking on the sky ride, feeling like you're spellbound. The sunshine is a lady who'll rock you like a baby. She says hello, you fool, I love you. Come enjoy the joyride. Enjoy the joyride. Yeah. She says hello, you fool,
suddenly beautiful. We all want something beautiful. I wish I was beautiful. So come dance the silence down through the morning. Show me some of them Spanish dances. Pass me a bottle, Mr. Jones. Believe in me, help me believe in anything. I wanna be someone who really Mr. Jones and me tell each other fairy tales, stare at the beautiful women. She's looking at you. Oh no, she's looking at me, smiling in the bright lights, coming through in stereo when everybody loves you. You can never be lonely. I'll paint my picture, paint myself in blue, red, black and gray. All the beautiful colors are very, very meaningful. Red is my favorite color. I felt so symbolic yesterday. If I knew Picasso, I would buy myself a great guitar and play Mr. Jones and me. Look into the future, stare at the beautiful women. She's looking at you, I don't think so. She's looking at me, standing in the spotlight. Buy myself a great guitar when everybody loves me. I will never be lonely. I wanna be a lion. Everybody wants to pass as cats. We all wanna be big, big stars. But we got different reasons for that. Believe in me, because I don't believe in anything. And I wanna be someone to believe, to believe. Mr. Jones and me, stumbling through the barrier. Yeah, we stare at beautiful women. She's perfect for you, man. There's gotta be somebody for me. I wanna be Bob Dylan. Mr. Jones wishes he was someone just a little more funky. When everybody loves you, some that's just about as funky as you can be. Mr. Jones and me, staring at the video. When I look at the television, I wanna see me staring right back at me. We all wanna be big stars, but we don't know why, and we don't know just what you want me to be. One kiss, boom, you're the only one for me. So please tell me why don't you come around no more? 'Cause right now I'm crying outside the door of the candy store. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Start with a kiss, we're up to that. A little bit of lust, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my babe, it's all in the scheme of love. Whatever you make it to be, sunshine set on this cold and lonely sea. So please, baby, try and use me for what I'm good for, and saying goodbye, knocking down the door with your candy store. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Started with a kiss, we're up to that. A little bit of lust, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my baby, it's all in the scheme of love. It's all in the scheme of love. You roll me, control me, console me, please hold me. You got me, invite me into love. So please tell me why don't you come around no more? 'Cause right now I'm down outside that door of your loving soul. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It started with a kiss, now we're up to bat. A little bit of lust, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my babe, it's all in the scheme of love. Oh baby, baby, the reason I breathe is you. Boy, you've got me blinded. Oh pretty baby, there's nothing that I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me baby, 'cause I need to know now. All because my loneliness is killing me. I must go the right ones out, let the wrong ones in. An angel of mercy, see me for all my sins. There were times in my life when I was going insane, trying to walk through the pain. When I lost my grip and I hit the floor, yeah, I thought I could leave, but couldn't get out that door. I was so sick and tired of living a lie. I was wishing that I would die. It's amazing, with a blink of an eye you finally see the light. It's amazing, the moment arrives you know you'll be alright. Yeah, it's amazing. I'ma sing a prayer for the desperate hearts tonight. That will last yours a permanent vacation, and how you can fly with a broken wings. Life is a journey, not a destination, and I just can't tell you what tomorrow brings. Haven't learned to grow, for you learn to walk, but I just can't listen to all the writers. I was out on the street, just trying to survive, scratching to say, oh,
to start. I would like to invite everyone to sit so that we can start the upcoming session.
Non mais je voulais venir, tu vas l'encourager, vas-y, tu vas y arriver, t'inquiète pas.
I still believe in This is what we were singing that this song, this thingy. Yeah, this like still believe. Let's get started, everyone, please. If there are, yes, ma'am. Do we have everyone, or we have people behind, at the back, outside? There might be a lot of people outside, huh? Let's see. If we don't start, I'll start dancing. Here we go. Are there people behind you? Yep, there's nobody. Okay. So, let's get down. Hello again. So we're going to get started for this afternoon's panel. I hope you still have a lot of energy and don't fall asleep. Please, I know it's after lunch, but we'll still be good. Yeah, please, at least don't snore so that nobody get bothered. So do remember that throughout this event, please use the hashtag MedWomenInTech. Don't hesitate to as well tag Womenpreneur. As you know, they are the organizer of the Mediterranean Tech Women Festival. There will be some others and hopefully also some other actions coming up in the next year. One thing, here we go. One important piece of information, actually, somebody lost his or her phone. So if it is you, let us know there's a phone missing or somebody lost his phone, just for you to know it is with us. During lunch, funny story happened. People came to me and asked me who I was because, yeah, you know that I am Shiraz. Hi. So hello everyone again. My name is Shiraz Ben Siman. I'm actually a serial entrepreneur. I'm from Algeria. My company is called Pitch World Fast. That's my first one. We do business development, consultancy, and project management and focus a lot on Africa. And the second one is a platform for online coaching called Coach Tribe. So at least you know now. I love it. Thank you. I should do that more often. So now, this afternoon, we're going to be talking about how AI can change the future of humanity and why women should be part of that change. And we have amazing women this afternoon telling us about it. So the first one I will call is Zohra Slim. She's the founder and CW of InstaDeep. And remember this morning, and if you remember this morning, we were talking about, changing tracks. So I want to tell you a little bit about Zohra. She, so besides being InstaDeep's Chief Digital and Visualization Officer, you have to know that after dropping out of the prestigious Sorbonne University in Paris, where she was majoring in English, she followed her passion, technology. Completely self-taught, she was an in-depth knowledge of software and system integration. In addition, she possesses a unique drive which, combined with her second-to-none people management skills, ensures projects are delivered to excellence and on time. After leading a team of developers in India, Zohra co-founded InstaDeep. See, you don't need to go to La Sorbonne to do anything. The second one that I would like to call is Dr. Huda Shakiri, Assistant Professor of Computer Science. Yes. So currently she is teaching computer science at Al Arayawan University, mainly Agile Digital Project Management, Agile Software Engineering and DevOps, Management Information System and Digital Information. She's advocating since 2006 for empowerment of African and Arab women in the tech field. She's also founder and former CEO for 17 years of Enhanced Technologies, a Moroccan IT company. Let's continue with our panel. We have Ms. Sarah Abdul Samad, Data Strategist Consultant. So to tell you also a little bit about her, so she has 20 years of experience in the capital market with the last 17 years at Bursa Kuwait as Director of Data Services. Prior to that, she was Investment Strategy Manager at Cap Strategy Investment Company, heading the research department and conducting fundamental and technical analysis of the international financial markets and delivering trainings and presentation on the capital market. She now provides data consultancy and works on her own digital transformation project. Let's continue. We have also Ms. Hajar Warghi, Head of IT Data and AI. Hajar is data-centric manager with more than 14 years of experience in the space of insurance and banking. After working as IT manager for a French insurance, she focused her career towards her passion for the data. Right now, she's working on data democratization in Caisse des Dépôts in order for all users to have the ability to access data and leveraging the power of data and AI. Last but not least, we have Ms. Lama Shaja, co-founder. So she's a co-founder and chairwoman of International Robotics Academy. She was a fellow at IMD Business School, Switzerland, on excellence in digital transformation, an alum of 2022 U.S. Department of State Global Women's Mentoring Partnership. And she's also a silver awardee of UNICTAD Empathetic Women in Business Awards 2018. Isn't this panel amazing? We were talking about it this morning, about the importance of representation and role models, and I think we will all agree that they are those role models and great representation. So I'm actually going to start with Hajar, and I want to ask her a couple of questions, obviously. I'm coming to you. How do you see I want to give a little bit of a background and having a little bit of the ecosystem. So how do you see your field in data and AI evolving, especially when looking at women inclusivity?
Hello, everybody. Let me give you some statistics to describe the situation. Today in France, it's estimated that there are only 12% of women in the AI field and 22% in the world, even if they represent almost 35% of students in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The fact is that women are underrepresented in these fields. This underrepresentation of women is a recent fact. Indeed, we forget that women have strongly participated in the growth of the tech sector. Women have been the pioneer in this sector. Let's start with Ada Lovelace, who created the first computer program in 1843. As for Grace Hopper, she imagined the notion of compiler by developing the first computer model in 1952. Mary Keller defended the first thesis in computer science in 1965, while women were not allowed to access to computer center. As we see from the 19th century until after the Second World War, the programming is mainly done by women. But the problem is that data science has an image problem. Companies are increasingly looking to hire the best and the highest in this field, but for many talented young people, it's not an attractive career option. It's not an attractive career option. There is a widespread perception among STEM students that data science, the rapidly growing field behind the artificial intelligence and the big data revolution, lack purpose and promote an unattractive corporate culture. This perception have an oversized impact on the career choice of female students. The consequence is a lack of diversity. And that lack of the diversity is a serious issue. AI algorithms are susceptible to be biasing. So building them require a team that include a wide range of views and experience. In the meanwhile, we can say that the history of IE countries, of IE continue to be written in the male gender. Company cannot rely on the hype of AI to fix the problem. They must urgently understand that they have to make, they must urgently understand what is the step they can take to prevent talented students, in particular qualified women, from walking away this field, the field of data scientists.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Hajar. And I'm looking forward, I'm going to ask you one more question, but we have it, Professor, and I was talking about it. So we're going to see also from the education side and also how to make sure that not only they study, but they actually bridge the gap and we find them in the industry. So I actually want to ask you from your perspective, what would be the best way to push women and more and more in data science, according to you, Hajar?
I think this it's you or me?
No, it's for you.
I think this morning we say many ways, but let me resume some way. One of the key ways to support women is to introduce data science in early age. The data science field needs to make female role model apparent for the younger generation, which will give them, how to say it, someone to be impressed by. It is also essential to create initiative and discussion around female empowerment in college and in schools and in university, you know. Another way of encouraging more women is by creating a women-friendly, diverse organization where women are not stereotypized to a particular gender. I can also talk about mentorship program. They can be part of the solution, and organization conference and workshop that allow networking is another great way of encouraging more women to meet their peers and discuss the field. And we see it right now. Womenpreneur is the perfect example in this case. Evolving organization culture can be another way to put in more positive workplace policy, democratization of the homework, flexible hour, putting flexible hour for the women, and maybe increasing the participation of the women in the requirement process. It can be also something to help women to be in technical fields. As my own experience, you know, we have put like an observation internship, and it increased the interest of the student in these fields. I would like to say, don't hire women only because you have to do it, or you have you feel pressure by society. Just hire women because it's worth it.
Thank you. I love, you know, how, and it's a common theme since this morning, the question of perception, the question of trust, the question of actually understanding that women are, somebody was saying that we have to prove that we are exceptional. Actually, we don't. We are exceptionally. We don't have to prove to anyone that we are. But I think it is really this importance of making sure we have the representation, making sure that we push more women going into this field. And this is why I want to go actually to Dr. Huda Shakiri. There is also this misconception that computer science does not appeal to women. And while we can see in countries like Morocco, your country, or Algeria, Tunisia, many women studying, however, there is a gap between those who study it and those who go into the labor market. So can you tell us a little bit more about your experience, and what do you believe is the most important impediment to female participation in this field?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation first. I mean, the devil is in the statistics. Statistics reveal that half of the engineering schools students are female, and this is the case for example, at Al Akhawain University and many other engineering schools in Morocco and in all the MENA region. And the gap, we start noticing it after graduation. I mean, in the workforce, the number decreases. However, why I said the devil is in the statistics, did we ask ourselves why is this number, high? And how it is, how it is the case. So my own, small research or reflection about that is that women in the MENA region, or maybe in increasing economies, because of many social barriers that they suffer in their countries, escape that by pursuing scientific and engineering careers because they are evaluated. They give much more value to the degree, much value to the woman. However, as soon as they graduate, they start facing the same barriers. It means social, cultural barriers that they stop them from pursuing in this field. Would the workplace is male-dominated? Do we have any companies or workplaces in the MENA region that offer, daycare for women? That they accept women when they come back from their maternity leave? That I had the chance to leave for 1 year to raise my kid, but because I was surrounded by a supportive family, a supportive husband that helped me to be able to do that. And because I was an entrepreneur in my past life, previous experience. So I had the chance to have a business that was running and then raise my kids. What are the, I have been assisting to events like this since 2006, and we were talking about barrier challenges, and we are in 2020 still talking about the same challenges, the same problems. When are we going to pass to action? What can we do? And believe me, we can say we need to emphasize and foster policies, do some positive discrimination to encourage women. However, in my opinion, the problem is in the culture. I'm raising myself 2 boys, and sometimes I'm facing my own unconscious bias that was just mentioned by our guest this morning. Don't help me in the kitchen. Before coming to this conference, I made sure that everything is really well set. And so it's really much more a cultural barrier that is facing not only developing countries, but all over the world. Of course we can do in workplaces like this positive discrimination, where we encourage women by providing them with facilities, with giving them the opportunities, enable those networking platform where women can discover and engage into opportunities, because they do not have the same access to opportunities as men. You know that many of the access to opportunities come from informal networks, like the boys clubs, that in which men can look for opportunities. We don't have the same chance. We as soon as we finish work, we go to home. We need to cook. We need to raise our children. We need to do the homework with our children. It's not the case for boys who will go and watch a soccer game, like now. Actually, what they do.
I know you all want to watch the World Cup. I'm sorry.
I do myself. I was encouraged in Morocco in the last game. Really, it's really cultural. If we in this room raise our boys and fight our own unconscious bias, I think we will succeed to do something. And we will not be repeating ourselves in 10 years.
I love how you're talking about also education, because there's something while we're talking about male-dominated societies and how we have to also remember, and I apologize if that might offend mothers, that at the end of the day, boys are educated by their moms. So there is also, to a certain extent, a rooting problem that comes from the mothers. And they need also to be conscious of that, so that we can make sure that they also educate them in that way, that we don't see this unbiased. Again, I'm sorry if this is disrespectful for some mothers, but it is, to a certain extent, something that we have to also really put into light. I actually, because we were talking about education and we're talking about trainings, I want to go to Ms. Lamashasha, because, well, you're the co-founder, chairwoman of International Robotics Academy. Why did you believe it was critical to establish such an academy, and what changes have you witnessed since its inception?
I'm so happy to be here today, and thank you, Shiraz, for moderating this session. I like to start from where you have just closed your comment when you were talking about mothers. And when we empower mothers, that means that we're empowering the whole society. And what I would like to set as a tone when we are talking today is that we are not in a war with males at all. We are asking for their support. They are our husbands, they are our dads, they are our brothers, and we are together in this. We are raising societies, we are building capacities, we want a better economy. So we are not here to fight them for a place in the workforce, but rather show them how much we add value. It's just like home. They come home and they feel how much we nurture, how much we care, and it's the same when we are in whatever field we are working. We are of an added value and we are so important. Why did I start the Robotics Academy? Again, it started from a need as a mother. I was looking at my children while they're receiving education in international schools, and I thought, wow, that's the solution. So they go to those international schools and they're going to find it all. Reality is that I was shocked that they are learning the same way I was learning, except for cosmetic changes. So the schools looks much better. Parents would come for a meeting with a nice welcoming way. It's more fancy. But when it comes to content, it's more or less the same way we were educated. In fact, there is no room for the children to create and innovate. We talk about innovation and creation, but reality is that schools still do the same thing that they did in our times. They are more of gatekeepers, so that parents can go to work and come back, so somebody's looking after your children, but it's not like those hours are really needed. The way that children are being taught is that study this is coming in the exam, and how is this critical thinking? I don't understand. So there were so many different things that I was keeping an eye on. As a person who focuses on business development, I was aware that there is a gap in the educational system and someone needs to jump and give a solution. We can't ask schools to change their systems. We need to be there and help. So we created curriculum, and I am here to tell you the good news that we've been talking since the morning about all the problems, but it works. There are solutions that worked. And the programs that we have created became contagious. In Jordan, you can come now and see how many STEM academies are there, how many robotics academies, how many coding academies are there. So we started back in 2014 to work on children as early as 6 years old to identify what are their interests. And until now, we have been gathering data of their behavior. I follow one of the professors who is extremely important. I really call for you all to buy her book. It's called It Works. And her name is, she's a Swiss behavioral economist who teaches at Harvard Kennedy Business Center. And she has been studying for quite a long time what are these biases among men and women, and what is happening in those companies and the corporate world. Why do we face the problem of having the woman grow in her field? And as you said, you just mentioned that we have 50% of girls studying engineering. So it's not only interest, there are other things that are happening, whether in education or outside the education. So I really call on reading this book. But what we have seen and what really works is that when you put those students in hands-on activities, we can identify 4 personas when they are learning robotics. They are either into making or into designing or into coding and programming, or they are the entrepreneurs who want to talk about the solution that they have created. Another thing that we have found really interesting by the methodology that we have created is that when you change the relationship between students and their teachers to become students and coaches, you can create something that is away from authoritative relationship. And look at us today. We are here in this room feeling that we are going to change the world, empowered, and we want to do things, really take things forward because we don't feel authority. We feel that we are here peer-to-peer, regardless of our age, from which country we are. You are from North or the South, you are a rich or a poor country. That wasn't the issue. The issue is that we build trust
and we feel that we are here for a cause and we are working together. We created a similar, we mimicked this experience in the classrooms where the teacher will come and say, listen, I really don't know it all. We're going to learn together. Let's do this together. Let's move together. The third thing that I want to talk about is not only that we created the curriculum and we went inside the schools and the number of students that we have did or the personas, but really, really important is that we really need to build their interest with a massive cause. And today we have the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations that help us so much into creating this framework where you can ask them, for example, that we want to create a solution and you choose one of the 4 of these SDGs, let's say poverty or clean energy or whatever. Look at them, what miracles that they're going to do. They will go jump into their local community, identify problems that are related to that framework, and try to take it to the global level. And once they are there, many of our students reach to World Investment Forum, World Science Forum, like they were talking with expert matters and telling them that we have a solution, we've done it. So I strongly believe that there are things that works. It's not that bad. We know that the numbers aren't really showing that. But reality is, even if a small movement, incremental change that we are eager to make every day, the change will happen. It's just not to give up on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I love how you highlighted that the curriculum or the solution have to be adapted to the realities, because if they are the same, if we're teaching over and over the same things, but we're not getting those results that we're expecting, then we should change something at the root. And I think that is so important. I will come back to you after to ask you another question, but I want to actually move to Sarah. I wanted to ask you, because we're talking about robotics, we're talking about data, we're talking about AI, and I want to know, as we know, data is going to be key and plays a pivotal role nowadays. Many countries are talking about the role of data and aiming at data sovereignty. How do you see data playing a role in favor of women, and how can we leverage AI and data to ensure more inclusivity in this field?
Well, I think we need to consider not only the role of data in favor of women, but also the role of women in favor of data in order to make artificial intelligence less artificial and more intelligent. So yes, data is key. It's the new oil. Now there are more than 100 countries in the world that have rules related to data sovereignty. You need to have a data strategy before having an AI strategy. And if you torture data long enough, it will confess to anything. So by using a variety of data sources and technologies, and by mobilizing the power of data to produce meaningful numbers and figures that reflect all categories in society, we can highlight inequalities and gender bias in order to level the playing field. So if we look at some data related to women in the technology sector, we heard lots of statistics today, so I'm going to add some. Women have less access and lower participation in the STEM field. They make up around 28% of the STEM workforce, and only 32% of those in data and AI roles are women. Women are 25% less likely than men to know how to program computers and to leverage digital technology, even for basic uses. If you look at data for women and other fields, data carry out an average of 60% more unpaid work than men. They are likely to be paid 9% less than men on average. Women make up around 2/3 of the illiterate people in the world, and they are the majority of the unconnected people in the world. So what does this data tell us, in addition to all the data and statistics that we heard today? It tells us that women still trail men in terms of leadership roles, in terms of representation, and in terms of pay. It tells us that we have an alarming digital gender divide and a significant education gap. Now, this underrepresentation of women in technology means that they are prevented from different opportunities in different fields. And their underrepresentation in the AI systems means that their skills, their perspectives, and their ideas are not reflected, and this reinforces gender gaps. And there are many examples about AI systems discrimination based on gender gap, and Sana mentioned some of this in the morning, some examples from Amazon and Google. Actually, yes, even the face recognition, face analysis software, they reported higher error when recognizing women, especially those with the darker skin tones. And also a recent report on the algorithm-delivered ads that promote STEM job ads, it shows that women are less likely to be shown the ads, and this is really alarming. Now, what we can do? So, what we can do to have a more inclusive AI? First, we really need a systemic change to have an inclusive AI by empowering women with knowledge and resources so they have a robust professional profile. We need to continue working on creating awareness, on building women capacity, on increasing the representation of women in STEM education and STEM workforce. Second, I think we need to mitigate the bias risk by engaging women in the different stages of AI, from data collection to research to development and design. Because, AI systems are reflective of those who collect data and those who create the algorithm. So if we don't have women, then we don't have half of society represented in AI. We also need to have transparency on the data collection methodology, as well as audit and regular testing in order to detect any gender gap. Third, we can leverage AI in order to influence DEI within organization by providing equal access to job opportunities, and this begins by providing equal access to information. So we need to promote inclusive culture and provide HR and the organization with some AI tools that help them make more equitable decisions. So actually AI it has the potential to improve how the information is delivered to candidates. It can detect in the job ads, in the text, if there is any gender gap, and it suggests corrections. It can provide organizations and the HR staff with some tools so they can have unbiased look at the candidates. They focus only on skills without any consideration to gender. And last, I think the most important thing is that women really need to overcome this mental barrier, which is based on some internal belief system. And we talked about the unconscious bias. It's really reflected in all assumptions and behaviors, and it's translated into all the outcomes and results that may not work for us. So women really, they have a responsibility. They need to show up with their best self, with their best potential, in order to be the change they want to be. So I call all women to break through the glass ceiling and to overcome the sticky floors. They need to rise above those sticky floors. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And I think, whenever we talked, it is unfortunate, though, that still today data are, I wouldn't say against us, but that it doesn't work yet to showcase how amazing we're doing, how amazing women are included in all this sector. But nevertheless, we do have actors like Zahra, who is in the AI. So it is about that too. So we said it, you're the founder and CW of InstaDeep, which is a company that delivers AI-powered decision-making system for companies. And you raised 100 million this year. So, we talked about it this morning. So I have two questions for you, because we also kept on talking about unbiased technologies. But the first thing I want to ask you is, we know AI industry has a great power and potential to be a shaker for women. So how important do you think it is for women to be part of this revolution? And the second thing is, how can we make sure that we create technologies that are inclusive and catered more towards women's need and not just bias? For sure.
Hello. Thank you, as usual, for the invitation. So the first question was about, I told you my memory is really bad. I mean, obviously, AI is a disruptor. So now we have AI everywhere. It's in our phones. It's in our houses with, the connected systems. It's everywhere. It pretty much gives decisions on anything in our lives. It's now more and more also in the biology and bioinformatic fields. So in health, it's everywhere. Why are women important to be there for the decision making? Because otherwise, we're just doing something that's suited for 50% of the population. It's very simple. Women are about 50%, in some countries a bit more, of the population. And if we don't take their data, if we don't gather their opinion about things, things will be made that will be completely, will be the complete opposite of inclusive. So that's why it's very important also. I mean, if we have 50% of people and people's brains and capabilities that we're just kind of like ignoring, how are we gonna get to a place where we know we're at our peak? We won't be able to. We'll always be somewhere around 50%. So really, it's something that's very important. We at InstaDeep, we've been pushing for more women. We do things from educational, we do like trainings and tutorials and hackathons, and we do a lot of these events in the ecosystem, whether it's in Tunisia and in other countries. I will say that in Tunisia, maybe in the Middle East, like the MENA region, we do have a higher percentage of women in universities in the STEM field. If I'm not mistaken, this was 2019 statistics. In the MENA region, it was from 34% to 57%. I know for a fact that we have universities in Tunisia that have 60% of women in their engineering departments. Also in Tunisia, we were kind of weirdly special. So more than 50% of our researchers are women as well. So we're kind of out of the lot. In the north of the Mediterranean, however, the numbers are more between 18 and 34%. So that shows a huge gap. So basically, if you have those people whose opinion is ignored, who actually went to school and can actually give you an opinion about how the system should work, and they're being ignored or completely erased, that's not good. So it's any sort of minority, even though here it's equality, it's 50-50, but in AI, if you don't take the data and you don't take the opinion of the minorities of the field, then you get gaps like the kinetic that couldn't see people of color. I think sorry guys, I think it's one of the flagship phones from a company actually does not distinguish between people of Asian descent. So basically anyone who's Asian, it will unlock the phone. So that's not good. So we always have to look at those examples to push us to get more women in so that we have a more varied and a more put together and solid base, whether it's data, but sometimes now AI doesn't use data at all. But it's really, once we have everyone's opinion, if decision makers are women, we can have something that's more fair for everyone. So that's why we need to have the women.
You did answer.
I did both. We're good.
She did both, and she... No, that is perfect. And I think, like we were saying even this morning, women need to be part of the discussion so that we can make sure that the solutions are catered to the needs of the women, because I cannot know what Zohra needs if she doesn't tell me. And it's even better and greater when we look at this solution at the biggest scale. So again, I'm going to give you 10 minutes for questions and answers. So any question for the audience to our amazing panel? One there, one there. Ooh, I'll take those two first. One here, and then have them answer. Hopefully we will have. If not, please keep your questions so that you can ask them later. So we have, did she give you? Oh,
hello.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, so my name is Laila Deeb. I'm a software engineering manager, founder of the Syrian Women in Tech, and a lecturer. My question for you, you mentioned earlier that since 2006, you're participating in this kind of events. So I want to ask you, what is the improvement that you've seen since 2006, even if it's small improvement, in like which direction? And my personal opinion, I see things accelerating at the moment. I see them improving faster and faster with all these kind of events that we're having. Do you have the same perception that things are moving much faster than before? Like in the last 2 years are moving much faster than 2006. Thank you.
I'll ask you to answer.
Be brief.
Be brief so that we can take as many questions as possible.
Okay, yes,
Sorry.
sure.
Thank you.
Improvement is number of audience increased. I mean, I did not attend that. I mean, it's really thank you for the organizers. But I mean, more women are conscious about the need of networking and getting into this kind of networks. What was the other question? Yeah, it is accelerating. I mean, since COVID, I think because the hit of COVID, I mean, people are more, and women especially, because they were more impacted about the digital divide. Because COVID, I mean, introduced some kind of digital divide. We were conscious that we needed to connect more. We needed to assist our children in learning online, also to deliver our courses online or attend if there are courses online. Moving companies to digital work, etc. So there is this acceleration, and yeah, I mean, I hope that this will help to accelerate and find the better solutions. I want to jump in. You will allow me 1 minute. I mean, we're talking about democratizing access to AI, democratizing access to data, train models, etc. But I will jump again into our unconscious bias because we need to include more women into the loop. However, if those women come back with their unconscious bias, we'll be reproducing the same exact ecosystem in machines.
That's what we're saying. Go back to the root. Yes.
And that is why we have AI ethics. It's for that.
AI ethics.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. So we have, yes, with the gray. One.
Hi, my voice is quite loud, but I do it on the micro. My name is Caroline. I'm Dutch. I'm based in Tunisia, and I have a network for female entrepreneurs. I've just got 2 questions very quickly, because what you are saying that you see improvements since 2006, I think it's still another long time before we go to some good results. My question is, what are we doing? Do you have a plan? Are you working? In fact, it's a question for everyone about education at school, because to give you the idea, I've got 3 daughters. They know about my mission about female all over the place. 3 of them, no one is doing STEM because they have no clue, no idea. They got not information about it at school. So they think it's annoying, it's only boys' work, and they don't see the ideas of what you can do with STEM professions. So is there in your country a real plan where the schools are totally integrated in this idea of promoting STEM to the girls?
Second question, you had it. Oh, it's good. Go ahead.
Hi, Caroline. I'm so happy for the question. So because I was advocating that it works, I need to answer this question. What really works is that I'm so happy that parents are aware, because when the parents are aware, they push educational system. They are the people who are paying. They are pushing governments. And we really need to stand up and say that we don't accept what our children are learning at the moment. However, what we can do is that go and shop for what is happening after school. And what we really have found that if we are focusing on the children's interests, boys or girls, because in the morning they were saying that some of those girls would develop interest in astronomy at a very early age, and then all of a sudden at the 10 years old we see the shift. But if we really capture that moment where they are interested in astronomy and we start educating our daughter from the interest of astronomy, everything else that she wants to learn, like let's build a rocket. And while she's building a rocket, she will need to do some calculations. Then let's do some reflection and write in English, write in another language, whatever language you want to teach her. I think this is the way we can go forward in building the capacities of girls and boys in STEM fields, regardless, boys or girls. But we really want them to start from their interests, build on their strengths, and then from their strengths, we can see what personas and where they can be directed later on in STEM. What I tell you is that there are programs that are being offered. I'm not sure how many of them are tracking, but I'm sure that we do. We have gathered data of our students since 2018, and we still are in touch with the students who are in the universities or the workforce already. And I have to say, even if they don't go into STEM fields, so some of them are lawyers, but they are lawyers into having the intellectual property rights for technological solutions. So you can see that there is some a correlation in between whatever they have been doing in their childhood and what they do later on. It's just really scary when you look at the data that when we see that the children are losing the interest and we leave them without really pushing them or just challenging them, giving them other options, this is where the scary moment happens, is that we can see that the children are divided into two categories, either super motivated, doing all these kinds of activities, and I've met some of mothers who were talking about their children and how many things that they're doing, or super demotivated, isolated, in a parallel world, on the social media, and we really, really don't know what they're learning and what are their interests. And I probably would know that AI would know them better than we do. So we really need to be, engaged with our children, connect with them more, ask for the support from their teachers to become coaches, ask the support from service providers or activities that they're doing after school, so that we can at least capture what we can capture now until we see the real change in the educational system. Thank you.
Absolutely. If I may add to that, in Tunisia, I know that in most countries in the Mediterranean region, changing something like on the school curriculum is gonna take you forever. We tried for universities, and the only ones that we actually were able to kind of nudge in the right direction were the private universities. However, after school clubs, other tech events, I'm one of the GDG Carthage co-leads. We do a lot of events. We have our Dev Fest this Saturday, so I'm going straight there. And basically all of our events, trainings, tutorials, it's sometimes multiple days, it's hackathons, it's everything. We don't have an age limit. So we had one kid come in, it was a boy, but he was 12 or 11. His mom brought him, and he was shaking because he thought he missed it because he was a bit late. I was like, dude, we're in Tunisia, we're all late, don't worry. But that shows, like at 12, he was already super motivated. And you see that when we did the AI hack in 2019, we had the youngest AI, basically the youngest child or teenager who did AI in the MENA region. She was 14, I believe. Her mom brought her. She was brought through one of our sponsors, but they said that her parents had to come with her because she was 14. But she was great, like super, super savvy. And the thing is that if you really love it, then you'll find those people who just don't care about what society says and just do their own thing. I was one of those kids who really loved astronomy, but then I really did not like my math teacher and kind of went lettres, and then kind of dodged him and then came back. But for younger kids, if there's any of these after school clubs, GDG events, things of the sort, make a call, check at the mothers who are actually the ones who are sometimes sabotaging themselves and their kids. Because yeah, you see it. Like when you have a son and a daughter, I have none, thank you very much. But I see the bias that my mom has with my brother. She's like, oh, don't worry. Oh, don't do that. Someone will do it for you. And I'm working like 12, 13 hours a day. And she's like, can you get me that? I'm like, he's been sitting there all day. So that bias is actually, it's true. And you can all think about your own families and how the last generation has been doing it, and you see that sometimes that kind of bleeds into this generation, and I find people doing the same thing. So really it's the mothers who are going to be the ones who kind of push their kids into doing these after school events. So mothers, take your kids to these clubs, put them in robotics, in astronomy, astrology, whatever, but give them the chance to know what it is without it just being a subject that's in school. Because it's not. Like what's in school and what's real is not at all the same. So give them that passion.
We have 2 minutes to go.
Just
Okay.
quickly,
I'm
I would
going
like
to give
to-
you 10 seconds each. I'm counting.
10 seconds, it's
10
okay.
seconds each.
Just to give you an example, in 2 weeks, I'm going to have a girl, I think she's 12 years old, something like this. She's going to come and for an internship. But it's only 1 week, 1 week internship. I'm going to explain to her what is the data, what we do with data, just to collect it, to prepare it, and to analyze it, and for what. And I think in France it's good because we have this kind of internship from the high school, so students can come and from the school, yeah, they can come, and we are here just to explain to them what we do every day. So I think it's a good example for your question. Whatever. Maybe.
I am sorry. I know you had questions, but I am cut with time. Keep your questions. Ask it to the panel afterwards, but I really find them. If not, tell me and I'll find them for you. But thank you so much for the panel. We will be taking, obviously, the question, and then I'll leave it to Sana. Yes, we're going to take the group picture all together. Are we good? Thank you so much. I want to invite our panelists to take back. Thank you for sharing, and I just want to remind you that we're not done yet. So I'm going to give the floor now to Sana for the awards, Role Models in Tech.
Thank you so much, Shiraz. Hi, everyone. Do you hear me? Perfect. Thank you so much, Shiraz, for the amazing moderation. And thanks to all our speakers. Hello, hi. Shh. Okay, this is our last session. We're going to basically give some awards to some of inspirational women participating at this event. Yes. So before I go into discussing the awards, I would like to kind of check on your state of mind. How do you feel? Louder. I didn't hear. Oh. Nice. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are very happy and very excited and very delighted to have you all joining the event today. We can stop the music? It's okay? Thank you. We were so excited to talk to so many of you and learn from a lot of you. A lot of women here are running some of very inspiring startups. So after the awards, we're going to have a coffee break. Make sure that you mingle, that you exchange business cards, that you learn about the others, and hopefully maybe you collaborate with each other. So this session, when we were preparing the conference, we were discussing the importance of giving some awards to women entrepreneurs in technology, women leaders in technology, and women who also work in social work using technology. Not to give another award, because there are a lot of awards out there, but the objective is that, and I want you to participate in this session, is when we announce the winners, I want you to take a picture of the winner, tag her on your social media. Why? Yes, please do it. Because maybe you have an investor in your network. Maybe you have a company in your network. Maybe you have a client in your network who will discover the profile of that woman. They will buy from her, they will invest in her, they will collaborate with her. So it's super important that, as I mentioned this morning, responsibility that we have. And this is something that is missing in women's associations, women groups. The solidarity that we can offer to each other, it can go just by the comment or a like on social media. So we decided to put 3 categories. The first one is Tech Leader Award, which is basically for women CEOs. The second award is Women Tech Entrepreneur Award, women startup creators and founders. And the third award is for Tech Social Award, for women using technology for social impact. I just want to highlight something that I don't have anything to do with the selection, okay? I know most of you, and if it was up to me, I will give award to everyone. So that responsibility was the responsibility of UFM, United Union of the Mediterranean, and specifically Anna. So she's the one to blame. Thank you so much, Anna, for making, taking the responsibility, the big one. Before I start talking about the categories, I would like to ask you to be very attentive because I want you to participate in this session. So first we have 3 categories. We're going to announce the winner. We're going to have picture with her, and then we're going to have picture with all those who have been selected in each category. And at the end, I'm gonna ask all of you to come and we're going to take a group picture on the stage. Don't leave the room. Let's please take the group picture. And after that, you can enjoy the coffee break and then you can mingle. All right, we can share the flyer of the first category, which is the Tech Leader Award. We have 3 pre-selected inspiring women. Aida Kandil. Can we see you, Aida? Are you here? Aida is not here. It's okay. Aida, she has experience in e-commerce, digital marketing, data, and artificial intelligence. She founded MyTendy, which is an inclusive application that allows Moroccan artisans to list their products through a smart phone. The second is Laetitia Grimaud. She's here with us. Hi, Laetitia. After working as a lawyer, focusing in capital markets, she took the initiative to specialize in blockchain. She co-founded D2X, which is basically an estimated, so far, the first regulated pan-European digital derivatives exchange platform for institutions. And she has already raised 5 million. And she's now preparing for another round of 4 million. Congratulations. The third inspiring woman, she's Mona Trablisli. You've already heard her. 4 years working in the field of cybersecurity. She is the Chief Operating Officer of Brightway, and she has extensive experience in the field. She comes from Tunisia, and today she lives in Paris. Now I would like to call the ambassador, Grish, to come to join me on the stage, who actually has the winner. He's going to announce who's going to win the first category. But before that, some suspense, some music.
Thank you. Thank you. Of course, I've been given this opportunity and this responsibility as well. Is it working?
Yes, it's working.
Of course, this is it's not exactly the golden globe, but still, there is a certain degree of suspense in this. I open the envelope. In the envelope, there is a paper. The paper is folded, and I can see a winner here. And the winner is Laetitia Grimaud.
Take picture of her. I'll ask you to leave the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And congratulations, Letitia, for this amazing win. Again, let me remind you that I didn't have anything to do with this election. And for me, you are all winners. Now we will move to the second category, which is the Tech Entrepreneur Awards. We have 3 pre-selected amazing entrepreneurs. First one, Fatma Mehni from Algeria. I met Fatma this year, actually, in Algeria. I was there in Algeria. We were filming a documentary about her and other women entrepreneurs. So I'm very happy to have you here in the room. Fatma, she's a journalist and public relations manager for a startup in fintech. But what's interesting, she actually decided to create her own startup called Zulizula. I've been to her office. I've seen the workshop that she's doing. It's amazing. She actually offers products and services for parenthood. And the second one is Aida. I've already talked about her. She's not here, unfortunately, but she's in our hearts. And then the third one is Mina Ayad. She's from Egypt. Mina, where are you? Woohoo! Okay. Now, Mina, she graduated with a computer science degree. She is very passionate about how mobile application can reach millions of people and actually make their lives better. She is also very, very passionate about tourism in Egypt. She loves Egypt. Egypt is a beautiful country. I love Egypt, and I have quite special relationship with Egypt. So she decided that she's going to create a startup called Fusha, which is a digital marketplace that connects locals with activity providers in Egypt. Next time you go to Egypt, you need to check her application and connect with Egyptian providers on local level. So I would like to call Madame Bouraoui on stage to join me.
With this or not?
No, with this. Super. Who is going to announce the winner? She's going to have the heavy responsibility to announce who's winning this award. Aida is here. Woohoo, Aida! Big applause for Aida. Some suspense, some music.
And I will sing.
Yes. And then you name the person.
Je dois chanter?
Après?
Y a rien?
Y a rien.
Give me my glasses. Okay. Mena Ayed. From Egypt. More. Mabrouk. Mabrouk. The same, huh? The same.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Mina. And thank you, Madame Bouraoui, for the help. Now we will move to our last award category, the Social Tech Award. We have 3 selected inspiring women. The first one, Leila Dib from Syria. Yes, more. Layla, she's doing amazing work because I know her, first of all. She's very inspiring. She founded Syrian Women in Tech, which is an organization that aims to connect the best female software engineers in Syria with the Belgian market. And I want to highlight that Syrian women are doing amazing work under the conditions, the difficult conditions that they are living through today. So you can see that through crisis, opportunities emerge. Congratulations for the work that you do, Layla. The second inspiring woman is Rafif Srour Daher. She is the Vice Dean at the International Economic School of Science and Technology here in Madrid. She has over 15 years of experience, and her mission is to close the gender gap in tech through education and teaching. And then our last inspiring woman, Laura Jardin. She was here this morning, she spoke. Laura? Oh, hey, don't be shy. Applause for Laura. Laura is on a mission to make the tech sector more inclusive. That's why she founded in 2021 Concat, which is the first web development agency run by marginalized communities, refugees and women. Congratulations. Now, I will call our chairman of Womenpreneur to come, Patrick Minache, and to announce the winner.
And lucky winner is Laura Jardine Patterson.
Did you take a picture of her? Yes? Perfect. Now I'm going to call, you don't leave, you stay. I'm going to call the two other winners with our great partners to join us on stage. Yes, Mina. Okay. Parfait. Where is our other winner? Laetitia. Oh, yeah. Please come. Join. Allez, on prend une photo. Ils sont là. Parfait. Don't move, you stay. Thank you. I'm going to ask the pre-selected winners to come, to join us on the stage. The nominated, yes. Please come. Wait. Are you all here on stage? All of you? Okay. Stay. Don't leave. Don't leave. Okay. No, don't leave. You stay. Now I ask everyone to join us. Everyone, use the space. Come, all of you, all of you, all of you, all of you. Yes, yes, yes. I'll sit with you. Come. Yes. C'est bon. All of you, everyone, 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 everyone. Everyone. Come, 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 come. All of you. No, 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 come. No, it's okay. We'll find. Come. No, no, come, come. No, but we'll find solution. People sit. Join. Everyone, everyone. Yes, come, sit. Parfait. Join, join. Il faut une femme au milieu parce que il y a 2 hommes au milieu. Il faut une femme. Come here, in the middle. Come here in the middle. Ciliane, Ciliane, join. Come. Et après, Lou, il va venir. Viens. Lou, Lou, viens, viens. Je te raconte un peu ce que c'est. J'ai gagné.
anything يعني حكونا شوي انه هيك تصير على فورمال
But it's too serious. Let's do something. Yeah. Yeah, let's do something.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Mais j'étais en plein, en fait, il y a quelqu'un qui m'a appelé, je t'ai pas on t'a appelé Aïda, Aïda. Yes.
Hello. Ladies, I have a question for you. Anyone, is it their first time to Madrid this time? And want to go do some sightseeing or anything that we could do in after the break? Please come and join me at the coffee because it's my first time in Madrid and I would like to go for few places. Okay, see you. I'm saying it.
Break somewhere? No need more? No need?